Guten Morgen, half a day and heck in. It's time for my Ace Attorney. Still freaking out with the game going here, and then the camera decided not to work, so it's been a day. Where did we last leave off? 26, yeah. We're on case 4, game 2. And with how we're going, I think we'll finish case 4 today and maybe start case 5. And then Tuesday, we might be able to finish case 5, maybe start DLC, and then maybe if we're quick enough, might be able to wrap the DLC Wednesday, most likely not, but definitely by Friday. And then, of course, we'll start Barth's games. So there you go, Barth. Your games will be happening Friday, most likely. Right. Is he gonna say, please don't say it was you. Also, it's still cold in Texas. I didn't got any snacks. Well, they're just doing exposition stuff, right? I can quickly run to go get a snack. Snack. Okay, they're back in the office. Ooh, blanket. It's cold. Hello. Again. Okay, yeah, so that jacket is his friend's jacket then. Very cool, very stoic. Why you gotta be so stoic? Sorry, being silly, quoting a movie. But hi. Before anyone asks, like, what's going on? Work is slightly stressful, as always. That's nothing new. One of the movies we supported is going to be on BBC 2 in a couple of days, so yay! And then, of course, that Kickstarter game we supported, My Father Lied, which we did play the demo. I think it has 3 days left, so I'm like, if you can support it, that'd be great. And that's it. Those are my 2 cents. Wait, no, Barth's games aren't going to happen Friday. The dev games will happen Friday. I misspoke, Barth. Sending out that vibe. It's not Friday, Barth. It's the following week. Unless I'm fast enough and I can zip through it all. Yeah, work. Essentially, work be work. Which reminds me, is that window done? Ah, not yet. Okay. I have to wait a couple more days. But it's okay. We're going to figure out who murdered our friend. It is his jacket. I wish we got to meet him. Oh! And I just remembered something else. I saw the trailer for Death Stranding 2, like the 10-minute one. So good. I'm gonna see if I can convince my roommate to watch it with me, because I think there's a Metal Gear Solid, like, reference in there. Because as soon as I saw it, I was like, Snake? Snake! I was like, what are you doing here? So I wonder if he'll catch it, because he's a big Metal Gear fan. Okay, I don't think it's Blackwell's sister, because she was outside, right? I think it was Cosmos, Yuri, the commander guy. Guess we're both unlucky. My own debut was a disaster. Yeah. That trial a year and a half ago wasn't exactly the smoothest of starts. That was a rough time for me, but Clay refused to let me quit. You're fine, he'd say. Don't give up. It was right during our screening exams, too. I couldn't have become a full-fledged lawyer without him. that "you're fine" of his is why I'm still standing here today. You're fine, huh? Mm-hmm. You're fine and I'm fine were like your catchphrases, weren't they? Something like that. Sure brings back memories. When we were in junior high, Clay's mom passed away in an accident. Oh God. But he wouldn't show his sadness to anyone. One night I found him crying all alone in the school courtyard. What? Anime cutscene? Don't come over here. Clay, listen to me. I don't have a mother either. Huh? I always think everybody else has a mom. Why am I the only one? But, you know, when I start to feel that way, I yell at the top of my lungs. I holler, I'm fine. And then you know what? I start to feel like maybe I really will be fine. Apollo Justice is fine. Okay, Clay, now it's your turn. Clay Terran is fine. There you go. Now we're both fine. Oh my God, it's really sweet. That's a really sweet, like, moment. Is that like those, what are they called? Those, like, core memories? Is that what this is happening right now? Also, why did you guys run into each other at nighttime? I guess schools be different. I'm like, if it's nighttime, I would be at home. Then again, we did just have a case where they were there till like 7, 8 o'clock at night, and I'm just like, ugh. When do you sleep? I don't think it's the sister. But at the same time, what if she shot a gun through the window? I know she was on the small window side and not the big window side, but hear me out. What if, right? I'm Prosecutor Godot, and I'm fine. I swore to him that I would catch his killer myself. Okay, but that's our goal too. I agree with Athena, we should work together to find the truth. The truth? That's a noble cause. But what if the truth you seek and the truth I seek turn out to be different? I'm not sure I follow. What? I'm going to catch the person responsible for taking my friend's life in my own way. Take good care of Mr. Starbuck for me. Well, hold on now. Wait, where are you going? Your own way? Are you gonna murder him? What? Goodbye. Did he just say goodbye? I sensed a lot of seething anger and hatred coming from him. And also, suspicion. What? But I believe he's wrong. Even if we take different paths, the truth we arrive at should be the same. Why would... what? Apollo, if you're looking for the truth of who killed your friend, and I'm looking for the truth of who killed your friend, we're together. Apes strong together. Okay. Well, at least the jacket question got answered, but not the eyeball question. Oh wow, were we that close to a save? Oh. Oh my god. Didn't realize we were that close to a save. Alright, well, carry on. Monkey see, monkey do, monkey double power. Right? Isn't that the thing? Like, where he grabs a bunch of twigs, and he's like, you know, weak, you know, alone. Then he grabs all the twigs and makes a bundle, and he's like, but together, strong. I kid you not, when we saw that new Planet of the Apes, I was messing with my roommate. I was like doing the whole like, you know, like little finger touch thing. I was like, oh, ape strong. And he's like, stop it. I'm like, ape hungry? I was just being a menace. It was great. Yeah, Judge, there's no more bombs. It's okay. Come on out. Also, it looks like people might be doing construction outside, so if you hear stuff, I'm sorry. Just take a look, see where they're at. Oh. They're gonna be here for a minute. Speaking of being here for a minute, it's snack time. Snack, 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 snack. Just had a thought. What if our detective killed Clay? I mean, she dies in the explosion. But it's like, what if she killed Clay? Normally I do. It is Monday. They're doing a review. They're like looking at, you know, numbers and streams and math and stuff. Because, you know, I'm a new member, so it's like, all right, is this new member doing good? Are people coming to their stream? Do people like them? Do people not like them? So, a review period. So I was like, well, I'm not gonna not stream. So I was like, might as well keep streaming until they tell us otherwise. So, until they say I can come back, because they're doing math, I'm gonna be here. And I'm like, bruh, we got some pretty good games coming up, so. My roommate joked, where he's like, what if your community said something? And I was like, they're not gonna say anything? He's like, yeah, but like, what if they knew that people liked you? And I'm like, I don't know if people like me over there. That's what they're gonna figure out. So. We be here. Oh my god, he brought his Vespa. Scooter. Segway. God, there's so many words. Brought his Segway into the courtroom. I know his name is Yuri Cosmos. But anytime I hear the name Yuri, I just think of Yuri on Ice. And it's amazing choreography. Right, like we're definitely gonna beat case 4. Now, case 5, maybe close to the halfway mark. And then we have Little Wednesday. So we'll probably maybe finish case 5, but I know by Friday, we should definitely be wrapping this whole thing up. Wait, like how short? Like, I guess we did technically have a second day of investigation. I vote Yuri is the murderer. Wait, you both went in there? But it was dark. I have questions.
Hold it! Objection! Objection! Hold it! Objection!
I'm telling you, go watch that new Death Stranding 2 trailer that Hideo Kojima put up on his Twitter. It's good. It's good.
Objection!
Do it, Sam. Kick his butt. Sorry, I wasn't expecting the segue to get revved. The real Matt and Guard. Hey, lure dude, how goes the whole defending thing? Hey, Matt and Guard. It goes well. I'm currently investigating an explosion at a space center. And one of my co-workers' friend was an astronaut and he was murdered. But how you doing? Heck you.
Objection!
Right, Matt? You didn't happen to pop in at the space station, did you? And just be like, "Hiya!" You'd be like, "Not again, Matt." That would be funny. Wait, does that mean Matt knows Black Quill? Or no, because Black Quill's on death row. Is Matt on death row? Because usually, from what I gathered, like if you commit murder here, they kind of put you on death row. So, does that mean everyone we put away who's murdered, would they all in theory know Black Quill? Oh, well, we figured that part out with the bullet. Okay, so that's why his tank was 0. A beautiful contradiction. Gone. All gone. So that bullet hole was from a 38 caliber. Better update the record. Right, because we were like, it's maybe a 10, but now we know. Now we know the fate of both of the shots Detective Arm fired. Arm? Army? Arm. Fired 2 warning shots. One hit the holographic display and the other hit the oxygen tank. Does that really clear up everything about what happened at the scene? I want to say no. I invoke the 5th to offer the statement's lawyer, dude. Well, if it makes you feel better, Matt, you're already in jail. So even if you confess to a crime, what are we gonna do? Put you on more death row? Don't you want to be known as a famous person? Get more bragging rights? Let everyone know what a top-notch guy you are. The E is silent in Arm, because her name, Candace Arm, is a pun of can disarm. Oh. Oh, that's clever. I like that. That's funny. Right, it's a 10 caliber bullet. And that means... Exactly. One more person must have been there in the lounge. A 3rd person. I see you have learned some strategy from Adrian. I'm just saying. Adrian was pretty smart. God, I wonder what she's up to now. Probably running the museum like a badass. Our miraculous tale of survival. Yes, you're absolutely correct. The mystery person fired upon us. What's this now? Sorry, the segue. What? You never breathed a word of any of this to me before? Aha! Well, all great men have a secret or two, don't you know? So Director Cosmos really has been hiding the presence of a 3rd person all along. That's not good. Director Cosmos, I want you to testify to the court about what you really saw. I know it was here. It was when we were facing against Matt and Guard. That is when they showed up. No, I was just trying to save my ass from getting caught with the guy at the scene of the crime. I mean, what? What? What happened? I was just walking by the courtroom. I don't know what's going on. So here's the thing. If they shot at the director, why is the bullet the other direction? You know? Most likely, as soon as Detective Arm and Director Cosmos discovered this person, they escaped through the southern door, the one that didn't have a security lock.
Objection!
Double-edged swords are a tricky lot. Mishandle one and it's you who is cut down. Your reasoning could apply if Spaceboy were the killer as well. Think about it. After being discovered, he could have fired the 10 caliber gun. Detective Arm would have responded by firing 2 warning shots. All he had to do was feign unconsciousness to invent the possibility of a 3rd person. Mr. Starbuck didn't have a gun in his possession when he was found by police, nor has a gun been found at the crime scene. Its absence can only be explained if there was a 3rd party. God, the existence of a trash chute in the boarding... Ooh. Good point.
Objection!
I think you meant caught with gum, right? Did you not just... there? Chewing gum, right? Poor Matt. He was definitely an interesting character. It's wild. Look, notice how deliciously obvious it is that they lack the evidence to rival mine. Wow, he sliced our 3rd person theory to ribbons and served it to us, just like that. Yes, well, I have a question of my own, actually. That bullet that the mysterious figure shot, what did it hit exactly? It hit me. So does that mean you're a goat? They're all wild. I want the French chef again. I miss him so much. I think he's my favorite.
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell, shame on you for teasing the nice old gentleman. Your boldness, it was all in jest. Please show yourself again. Don't be mean to Judge. If you've watched any streams during that case about a year ago, I was probably there. Oh, there you go. I'm glad you asked. It was a miracle befitting a great history-making figure such as myself. The bullet hit my glorious Medal of Honor, where it ricocheted. Oh, so is that how it ended up on the other side of the room? That's really far. That's a bullet. That's unbelievable. I have to check this out. Oh wow, look at that. That's one extra Gaiaxa star. The odds are literally astronomical. I guess it really was a miracle. It's beginning to really feel like the Cosmos is watching out for Director Cosmos. But why did you conceal this information, Director Cosmos? A great man such as myself has to hide things on occasion, no matter how much it hurts. It is the plight of the truly great. It may be hard for this generation to understand. What are you talking about? I don't know, but it sounds fishy to me. What else is he hiding? Let's just cross-examine him and see what we can find out. Now then, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. Why would he hide the fact that he got shot at? Oh no, you need some aroma for that frown? You have a certain je ne sais quoi? I miss him so much. I just want him in the background so I could be like, ee. We're still in the control room to the east when the figure fired at us. Pew, 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 pew.
Objection!
Yeah, explain this then. Dr. Cosmos, I believe you're telling this great court a lie. Great men like me tell a lie? Have you ever heard of such a thing in all of history? Where do I begin? According to your testimony, you and Detective Arm were near the control room door, and the mystery figure was standing in the middle of the boarding lounge. If, as you say, the figure fired a gun at you from this position, then the bullet would have traveled in this direction. However, we found the 10 caliber bullet here. Oh. This trajectory and where the bullet was actually found contradict each other. Director Cosmos, where were you really when you were being shot at? Oh, we're spinning. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the human merry-go-round.
Objection!
If even Armstrong tells lies, everyone tells lies. Nice, nice. There is no mistake.
Objection!
I'm not denying you got shot. Are you trying to say that you can explain the inconsistency? Yeah, of course. I didn't think so. What? Oh, great Director Cosmos. Yes? Is there something you'd like me to expound upon? Expound? You were in fact not in the control room to the east, were you? You were looking into the lounge from the door to the south. Is that not right? Oh. Oh no. What are you getting at? My theory. Use your own brain. Your head must have used some other than housing that bird's nest. Bird's nest? Why does everyone pick on my hair? Director Cosmos, the detective, witnessed the scene from the southern door. The killer fired at them there, and that is why the bullet was found in the south. That makes some sense, actually. Also, the witness being at the southern door is rather favorable for the prosecution, because then the supposed third party would not exit that way. You don't tell the truth this time. Oh, he's free. Yikes, his handcuffs. You'll become but rest upon my sword. I relish the chance to cut down a great man. All right, I'll tell the truth. Just put your sword away. You are correct. I, the great Yuri Cosmos, was at the south. Nice. Let's see. Writing myself a note. The only escape route left was the eastern control room door, but that needed a handprint as well. It was Director Cosmos' fingerprints. In short, there would be no escape for any third person had there been one. Yeah, damn. I'm taking notes. Because I'm realizing something. Based off what both of you just said, I was like, I can follow somebody and be like, here's my support. Why did you tell such an outrageous lie? Yeah, Cosmos, that's... You are covering for the defendant. Isn't that right? Suspicious as all hell. It was all for the love of my men. If I said I was in the eastern control room, it would mean the culprit could have escaped through the southern door. It would have meant that there could have been a third person. All I wanted to do was protect Starbuck. I said I was in the control room to invent an escape route for a third person. What a convoluted lie. Was he really covering for the defendant? Or himself. It looks like we've come to a conclusion. The defense argument, the possibility of a third person, has crumbled. No! Yikes. The judge is about to hand down his verdict. Think, Phoenix. Think. Brain blast. Right? I was like, I got the first name, and I was like, I'm sure by process of elimination, I'll figure it out eventually. Do, 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 do. Not doing anything suspicious over here. Right, they rush the scene. Stuff's happening. Don't worry, I have another monitor I can read here. There doesn't appear to be any room for arguments against these claims.
Objection!
Oh my god, he's so cute. Danganronpa. Ooh, that's a fun game. That must be fun for her profession. Oh, I'm in bed by then. I'm the plights of working night shift. You miss out on all the cool streams. But there, I have bequeathed my follow. Yeah, because I'm like, I work at midnight. So, you know, you gotta sleep. Good couple hours. And then you wake up, get ready, and then go. Yeah, like by 6, I'm physically in the bed. Because I'm like, all right, you gotta work in 6 hours. Guaranteed to get a minimum of 4 hours of sleep. Alright, so we are blaming him. Roll with me, Athena. I got this. Trust in the process. Mr. Wright, you explain yourself in more detail. I said the Director Cosmos arrived at the scene before Detective Arm and entered the boarding lounge alone. Detective Arm arrived after that and saw a suspicious figure who was actually Director Cosmos. And that's why she fired those 2 warning shots. Ka-pew, pew. I've been hit on the starboard side. Captain Wright, it's a direct hit on the enemy ship, sir. A magnificent shot. What the? Oh, it's a phone. Warning shots fired from the enemy ship. Prepare to intercept. Cosmos, you have told a lie in this court once again. I've been hit on the port side. The enemy has called in reinforcements. We're at the Cosmos Control Center requesting permission to ask what you returned reality. But my ship will not go down to anything less than the ultimate weapon. But I do have evidence. In fact, you could say that your battleship bears its scar. Director is the third person Aura Blackwell saw. This third person fired Detective Arm and Director Cosmos with their gun. In return, the detective fired her warning shots. Isn't that how it really went down, Director Cosmo? Aha! It looks like you've deduced my miraculous tale of survival. Yes, you've absolutely correct. The mystery person fired upon us. Yes, no suspicious business at all. I don't know what you're talking about. Discovered him in the lounge. It only makes sense that he would have turned and shot at her, therefore. The evidence on the director's body is of a different kind of relevance than before. Once we compare it against another piece of evidence, the mark that you received from the third party will be all the proof we need to prove that you were the one there in the lounge. I'm assuming her bullet, right? Right, we would compare it to a 38 versus a 10.
Take that!
I need to never be suspicious. Never. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Sure, the caliber will match up. And if that mark proves to be from a 38 caliber bullet, It'll prove that you're the third person we've been looking for. The bridge is destroyed. Losing altitude. All hands. Abandon ship. If that's true, then what about the bullet that hit the oxygen tank? It was a 10 caliber bullet. In other words, it was the bullet fired by Yuri Cosmos. Isn't that right, Director? No, you've got it all wrong. Called someone when they weren't playing, and I just walked, waited for them to get to that case, then he's put the pieces all fell in place like it was written in the stars. That's really good, actually, just to be like, I'm waiting. I'm waiting. That's perfect. That must be really fun. Cosmos revolves around me. Oh, easy. Wow, he is just spinning. Someone please stop the witness from spinning. Wait, so did he just, like, really quickly admit he did it? Or is he just, like, not me? There's no way. Thank goodness we were able to stop him from spinning off the face of the earth. While he was twirling, I took the liberty of running analysis on the mark on the metal. It was made by a 38 caliber bullet, matching it with the size of Detective Arm's firearm. Are you ready to confess the truth, witness? No. You've got it all wrong. This is just a misunderstanding. Is he going to start piling on more lies? It looks like it. But no matter how many lies he tells, I'll just expose them one by one. I'll make that big liar tell the truth. So, he was fired upon. Got that. Oh wow, another... It's like our second save. That's so fast. Okay. Okay, we're still in court. Director Cosmos, a new possibility has been presented by the defense. They are claiming that you were this third person. Forgive me. I'm so sorry. So the great pioneer of space development is revealed to be just another fabulous cur. Let's see. The thing is, that person hadn't touched the game until after I followed him during another Crab's Treasure stream. Wow. So you waited. You were just like, I'm gonna wait. They're gonna finish that game. I'll be there. Good on you, Vanguard. Good on you. It's afraid people would mistake me for the killer, so I escaped to the control room. Uh-huh. I then went past the elevators and all the way around to the boarding lounge again. I came up behind Detective Bomb and pretended to be the second on the scene. What a troublesome old man you are, with such convoluted deeds and thoughts. Then why'd you shoot at her? You didn't, like, hire anyone to make him play Ace Attorney, right?
Hold it!
That would be funny. Now, hold on just one moment. We just proved a few minutes ago that the third person that Mr. Starbuck and Miss Aura Blackwell saw was you. No, it wasn't me. I saw the person as well. If I were the killer, why would I lie to cover? What? Excellent point. Wait, so... if you're not the killer, who is? And for no one else to find out? Still, a lie's a lie, Athena. So Director Cosmos claims he's not the culprit, but where's the proof? I just remembered. I have an alibi. Miss Blackwell said that she saw the killer at 10 a.m., correct? Yes, and... well, I was on the 4th floor helping with the evacuation effort. Ask any member of the staff you'd like. They'll corroborate me. The director is not fibbing to the court for once. I confirm that he has an alibi for the time specified. So, you're claiming that Miss Blackwell saw the killer commit the crime first at 10 a.m., and that you arrived at the lounge after that. Yes, and I believe the person I saw is the same person that Miss Blackwell saw. Although it was pitch black, so it was more of a shadowy figure and less of a person. And I couldn't actually see their face, but it was definitely the silhouette of an earthling. As long as he has an alibi, we can't very well claim Director Cosmos was the killer. No, we can't. Then again, maybe we don't need to? I wonder if he was really covering for Mr. Starbuck. What if it's one of the robots? Hear me out. What if it's one of the robots that, like, accidentally killed Clay? Matt, what did you do? Hey, dude, I didn't do anything. As I tried to enter the lounge, the true killer inside fired a gun at me. I had to avoid getting shot, but when I tried to get another look, they had vanished into thin air. I was near the elevator side door, and well, the launch pad one door, and the control room door should have been shut tight to the killer. You said should have. So you were shot at by the killer as well, and then they disappeared. Yes, but luckily no harm came to my glorious body. Fortunately, the bullet hit Terran's oxygen tank. I know because I heard a pang. It must have been the sound of the tank being ruptured. Wait, but I thought the bullet hit his metal. That was Detective Arm's bullet. Right. What a mess this is turning into. So let's see. Dr. Cosmos is claiming that when he found Mr. Terran and his killer, the culprit shot a 10 caliber bullet at him. Right, but it actually hit Mr. Terran's oxygen tank and ruptured it, and then the killer disappeared, and the director went into the boarding lounge. When Detective Arm caught up and fired those warning shots at him, judging by his metal, it looks like one of them almost took him out too. Good summary, but that doesn't explain where our mystery killer went. He went into the garbage chute. I was wondering if you could elaborate on when the figure disappeared. I'm ashamed to admit I tried to hide myself when I was shot at, but when I peeped back in the lounge, the real killer was gone. I'm voting garbage chute. Ooh, what's this? Oh, it's the unalive word. That's fine. Holds Magatom. The riddle of the ages indeed, but I'd rather know how a fibbing leech such as you can be lauded as great. Oh, Director Cosmos, you're too much. I think he went down the garbage chute. Simple, because it was Spaceboy himself. When he was spotted by the director and Aura, he quickly feigned unconsciousness. That would certainly take all the mystery out of the idea of a vanishing culprit. But here's my thing. If the killer shot at Cosmos, did it like ricochet and hit the oxygen tank? Like, how did it hit the oxygen tank if it was right next to him? Was exactly helpful. I'm prepared to accept your surrender, right, Dono? I can't find any holes in this testimony, but I can't give up. Mr. Wright, why don't you let me help? Yeah, do your therapy. I detected a cacophony of discord, which means he's hiding his true feelings from us. This just might help us find out what happened to our vanished killer. That'd be great, Athena. Let's see what you could do with him. Alright, she's gonna do a quick therapy session. What we got? Therapy time! Go! As I tried to enter the lounge, the true killer inside fired a gun at me. I hid to avoid getting shot. But when I tried to get another look, they had vanished into thin air.
Got it!
I think just doesn't happen usually. And yet at the time, you barely registered any shock at the occurrence. What? Why are you... I can only think of one reason as to why you weren't surprised by the killer's vanishing act. You must have had a good idea of where they went. Isn't that right? What? No, of course not. That's preposterous. Only I can enter the control room. And the area beyond the launch pad door was filled with smoke, making it impassable. And as for the southern door, I was standing right there. So there was nowhere for the killer to run to. Maybe, or maybe not. You went into the room to check on Mr. Starbuck and Mr. Terran, yes? What if the culprit took that opportunity to silently slip out through the southern door? I highly doubt it. As you recall, right after I entered the lounge, Detective Arm came rushing towards it herself via the southern hallway. Anyone trying to escape through there would have been caught by her. And yet the director wasn't surprised the killer vanished. So you're absolutely sure there was no escape route for the culprit to use. The garbage chute. The garbage chute. There seems to be one more emotion that's at odds with his testimony. Go get him. Okay, back in the Matrix it is. Time to pinpoint our way to victory. Garbage chute. I tried to enter the lounge. The true killer inside fired a gun at me. Had to avoid getting shot. When I tried to look again, they'd vanished into thin air. I was near the elevator side door, and well, the launch pad 1 door.
Got it!
Unless, are you about to tell me he went through the smoke? You seem to be afraid of the launch pad door. The great Yuri Cosmos, afraid? What basis do you have for that accusation? When I ever have any basis or not, you seem quite distressed by it. I'm most certainly not. Director Cosmos, there's something about the launch pad door you're not telling us, isn't there? Wow, he's speechless. Looks like you hit the nail on the head, boss. I'll just input those 2 pieces of data and... Yep, just what I wanted to see. Presto changeo, less discord. Looks like we're on the right track. Thanks, Athena. Now to make sense of what we've learned. Which points to the possibility that he knew where the killer had escaped to. Made him uneasy. In other words, he's probably hiding something about the Launchpad 1 door. When we put these 2 pieces together, only one solution to the puzzle comes to mind. Did the real killer escape through here?
Take that!
No! The garbage chute! God. I mean, no. Gonna crash into an asteroid? Good job, buddy. So not the trash chute. Requires fingerprint recognition, only Starbuck, Taryn, and I have access. Is that... I mean, Taryn had his glove off. The killer was right there in the boarding lounge, meaning there's a way he could have easily gotten past that security lock. Gonna grab this unconscious person, put their hand on. I propose that the killer use this person's fingerprints to get past the security lock. Clay. No, Starbuck?
Take that!
I thought it was Clay. Was lying unconscious there in the boarding lounge. Anybody could have easily gotten past the security lock by using Mr. Starbuck's prints. Actually, Mr. Starbuck prints were exactly what we found on the device's screen. Oh. Well, then why was Clay's glove off? Well, they did say they had to take it off to identify him, so maybe that's when it came off. The security camera in boarding lounge 1, right? The one that recorded the victim and the defendant. What about it, Your Honor? If the true culprit escaped into the launch pad 1 corridor, then that might be recorded on the security footage as well, and the mystery would be solved. What do you think of my logic? I thought we found out the tape was broken. I hope you didn't strain your faculties too much for that, your baldness. I beg your pardon. Look, if we play the security footage beyond this point, right, it's just... Oh my. The footage cuts off. The camera was running on backup power, but apparently the power cables were damaged. Most likely by the after effects of the explosion. There is no footage after this, be it of criminals or space aliens. You know, I thought it was such a good idea, too. Just because your grandchild is watching from the gallery, it doesn't mean you should try to show off too much. Grandpa Baldness. Prosecutor Blackwell. How did you know about my grandchild? What? I think his grandchild just learned a little about the harshness of the adult world. Wait, hold on. His kid's here? Grandkid? Setting the issue aside of grandchildren, I'd like to have the witness continue. Director Cosmos, can you tell us more about when you entered the lounge? I'm looking at the background. It might be her, because she's like attentively churned and everyone else is forward. And then Detective Arm was like, yeah, I love how they're like, oh, warning shots. I'm like, that was not a warning shot. That was a kill shot. She aimed for your heart, bro. She was like, get down. And again, when she fired, isn't that a bit unnatural? Oh. Sadly, even great men such as myself have ordinary human feelings. Our bodies are bound by the forces of gravity and emotions. Even a great man such as myself experiences surprise on occasion. I'm sure you do, but my real point is not the fact that you were surprised, but rather what you were surprised by. First, you were surprised when Detective Arm found you in the lounge. And just after that, you were, of course, again surprised when she shot at you. But considering what you were surprised about, a strange phenomenon occurs here. Director Cosmos, what is strange about your surprise reactions? The fact that you were... Right, you were surprised when she showed up. Shot at you. But the surprise you felt when she found you in the lounge was much greater. Wish I could ask her, but she's dead. The enemy has acquired a new weapon. Commence Operation Hide Under Your Desk. Oh my goodness. I wonder what it could be. If he was doing something suspicious around that door, maybe we can spot some change between before he came to the room and after? Detective Fulbright gave us a photo taken after the crime. Let's run a comparison. See, it's the footage of the door before the... The switch! Is this like a fancy way to turn this on off? Like, make it so anyone can go in? It was... Is he the killer? No, someone else is there. But who? This is what changed directly after the incident. The knob. The stove knob.
Take that!
Take a look at the knob next to the launch pad door. As you can see, it's horizontal. However, in this photo, it's vertical. Bum bum. My boss has me on my toes. I'm waiting to hear back from them about something important, and I'm just like, I just have to be patient. You're right. I did turn that knob. That knob was a safety lock meant to keep the launch pad in place. I was afraid there would be more explosions, so I wanted to move the launch pad away. You wanted to do what? Hey, didn't Paco tell us something about how they prepare for launch? She said that once the launch pad's fully assembled, it's moved to the launch site. Yeah. But the safety lock in the boarding lounge has to be disengaged first. Guess that clears up what that knob is for. Oh, so if the killer escaped in the launch pad 1 corridor, maybe they were transported along with the launch pad to the launch site? I don't think so. The launch pad 1 corridor was filled with smoke. I don't think they could have escaped through that corridor. So then where did the killer escape to? I swear, trash. Guess there are still some things we have to uncover. Dr. Cosmos, I request that you tell us about moving the launch pad in more detail. Fine, but listen carefully, for I'm about to give history-making testimony. To disengage the safety lock. Okay. Make it sound like you were reluctant to do so, and yet when you did it, you felt some joy as if you were very pleased with yourself. How do you do it? How do you know everything as if you were there? Pretty impressive, isn't it? This is the power of analytical psychology. So, can't explain why you felt joy when you disengaged the safety lock? When I think back to the facts we've discovered up to this point, I have to believe that you were trying to fulfill some hidden agenda. Protect the people? You know, that be the vibe?
Silence!
A man of integrity? Don't make me laugh. Prosecutor Blackwell, what came over him all of a sudden? You spouted nothing but falsities since you stepped up to the stand. Stepped up or scooted up? You're not the kind of man that'll be glorified in the annals of history. Not for greatness, anyway. Unless you consider greatest barefaced liar an honor. Liar? Well, his words bite harder than his blade. You moved Launchpad 1 after the explosions? My, how naive you are. You fail to realize how even the facts themselves have betrayed you. You know, just a thought, but modern English can be your friend. Phoenix! The police confirmed that on the scene. So that means the director didn't move the launch pad? Curse my judgment for calling history's greatest liar to the witness stand. Let us leave him to indulge in his lies and war games to his heart's content.
Objection!
But it doesn't make sense. You can't deny that someone turned that knob, and once the safety lock was released, I'm sure the pad must have went somewhere. If we chase down the truth of this issue, we just might find where the killer escaped to. You're sure it must have went somewhere? We just might find out? Your arguments are nothing but conjecture, buffling, and wishful thinking. Made an educated wish. I want to rewatch that movie. It's so good. Talk about hitting below the belt. Youngins these days. I don't understand it. I'm sure Director Cosmos must have moved the launch pad. Wait a minute. I forgot. How old is Phoenix? He's like 30? They won't tell me his age. Right? Phoenix is like 30-something right now. He is a young'un. He's younger than me. But the launch pad is right where it's supposed to be. Maybe it wasn't for the launch pad. Wait a minute, maybe I have it all backwards. What if the director turned the knob, not to move the launch pad away, but to bring it back to where it was supposed to be? What are you blathering about? What if the launch pad was at the launch site before the incident, and then after the incident, Director Cosmos moved it back to its usual spot? All he had to do was turn the knob to call the launch pad back, and it would be right where the police found it. Oh, his hair! You made him sigh like Mr. Starbuck. Was what I said really that off base? It pains me to have to explain how wrong your own logic is to you. However, our great liar turned the knob only after he discovered the crime scene. Indeed, the pad existed beyond the lounge when our astronauts, a fact that's been recorded for posterity on this film. Right. Okay, so Phoenix is 34 during this. Blackwell is 28. Yeah, he's a young'un. You know the launch pad must have been moved, but our deductions and the actual facts of the case are in direct contradiction to each other. Well, maybe the two astronauts never actually boarded the rocket. This footage could be fake, taken with body doubles after the incident or something. On second thought, that's too far-fetched even for me. Yeah, Athena. Never actually boarded the rocket. Hey, wait a minute. Maybe, just maybe. Prosecutor Blackwell, what if I told you that the two astronauts never set foot inside the launch pad area, but instead went into another place? And what if when the director moved launch pad 1 back, it was not from the launch site, but from another place? What would you say then? Cut the existential bull or I'll cut you. Mr. Wright, you will explain yourself at once. I know I'm right. It was all the other way around from the beginning. Very well, Your Honor. Let me explain. Director Cosmos' reason for moving Launchpad 1 was to switch it with another place. Because he wanted to switch it with some other place. I'm sorry, but did you say switch it? What could it possibly have switched the Launchpad with? Oh, you'd be surprised, Your Honor. All it takes is a little thinking outside the box and the answer becomes clear as day. This is what was switched with Launchpad 1. What, Space Museum?
Take that!
Also, just why would you put the Space Museum on the same track as the Launchpad? In the past, the Space Museum used to be Launchpad 2. It has all the same features as Launchpad 1. Oh, that's why. I mean, the Space Museum and Launchpad 1 could be switched with each other. You can't mean. Can you imagine being in the museum and suddenly it goes you'd be like, oh god, where are we going? And yet, it's the only explanation that accounts for every riddle and inconsistency. This is how the Space Center was just before the incident. I see Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum have already switched places. And with the two switched, like this, the astronauts entered the Space Museum from boarding lounge 1. This allowed the true code to enter Launchpad 1 from boarding launch 2 and set the bomb on the rocket. Door to the Space Museum from boarding lounge 2. Welcome. Welcome. The Space Museum is open to the public every day of the year from 9 to 7. Exactly, anyone could pass through the door to the Space Museum. There's no fingerprint recognition system on that door. In other words, with the two launch pads switched like that, someone other than Mr. Starbuck could have easily planted the bomb. After setting the bomb on the rocket, the culprit snuck into the boarding lounge 1 and waited there, concealed, in order to kill Mr. Terran when the two astronauts emerged from the Space Museum. Recall that Miss Blackwell, Mr. Starbuck, and the director all saw a suspicious figure, who we can suppose, after killing Mr. Terran, made their escape into the Space Museum. After that, Director Cosmos switched the two launch pads back without realizing the killer was inside the Space Museum. Okay. Do we have camera on that side? Which I'd be surprised if we hadn't checked already. The killer then left the Space Museum and made a clean getaway. But who is the killer? If it's not Cosmo, and it's not Aura, and it's not Arm,
Silence!
and it's not Starbuck, all I have left are robots. All I have left are the robots. There might be a record of it somewhere. At this point, Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum are switched with each other, so the corridor beyond the door should be the one that belongs to the Space Museum. Let's see, this is the image of the Launchpad 1 corridor. Do you see anything different when we compare it to the security footage? It says 1. Well, what do you know? Maybe Klonko is just like, I'm tired of being abused. Robot uprising. It says 2. What is this? Footage proves that the corridor belongs to space. Right there, it says number 2, behind his arm.
Take that!
Right here, Your Honor. Right here. You see the number on the floor behind the astronauts. It doesn't look like a 1, does it? That's because what you see is actually part of a 2. Right? I didn't even notice the 2 was there all along. I was just like, oh. I saw the 50. I was like, that's suspicious. He's probably the one carrying Starbuck. And that explains how the whole like, oh, how did you get down the ladder? There was no ladder. Now, why they're in the Space Museum? I don't know. Mr. Terran carried Mr. Starbuck. He simply took the elevator from the upper level down to the middle level. Just incredible. The two launch pads were actually switched. But you think someone would have noticed an event of this magnitude. Everyone was down in the basement shelter when the launch pads were swapped back. There's no way anyone could have known what was happening on the surface. I like how that one image, which you get at the start of the case, basically solves everything in this case, meaning a sharp eye can solve a lot very quickly, but it's just obscure enough as well, right? Where you're just like, That's the truth. My honor, my glory, everything is slipping away. Time to deploy my ultimate weapon. Oh my god. Bailiff? The churned knob. Bailiff, on your steed and after that witness. What kind of steed does the bailiff have? Does he have his own Segway? Does he have a horse? God, that's great. I admit it's true. I switched Launchpad 1 for the Space Museum. It's good to hear those words I can believe for a change. Before you do, Your Honor, two things. First, we don't know if Mr. Tarrant had prior knowledge of the switch. As for Mr. Starbuck, he was unaware of his surroundings thanks to his medication. Either way, Mr. Tarrant would have realized the instant he stepped into the Space Museum that it had been switched with Launchpad 1. So my first question is, if the Space Museum was perfectly fine, why did Mr. Tarrant feel the need to put on such a dramatic display? As for my second question, I'd like Director Cosmos to tell us why he switched the two launch pads to begin with. Yeah. Please, I can't. I exercise my right to remain silent. But I will say, my hands were tied. I was only doing what I could to keep my men from getting caught in that blast. The director is terrified. He must have one heck of a reason for not wanting to explain why. Probably not a good time to try to pry it out of him. Excuse me, but would you mind if I picked up my stars? Without my badge of rank, I'm nothing. I don't see why not. Bailiff, help the director retrieve his stars. Oh no. Let's put all the stars back on him. It appears the possibility of a culprit other than the defendant has presented itself. Mr. Starbuck, is there anything you wish to say? I don't get it. Don't get it? What don't you get? Director, why did you do all that? From the very beginning, you never meant for the launch to go ahead, did you? You tricked us. Mr. Starbuck. Starbuck, my boy, I'm sorry. I can't tell you the reason why, but I had to do it to protect the Space Center. Director, will I ever get the chance to go into space again? Yes, of course. I won't rest until it happens. I will get you into space again, my boy. Yeah, who's the other lady? It's her, isn't it? Then the dream is still alive. It has to be her. Because Clay's dead, Starbuck was accused, Cosmos switched pads, we met Aura, she saw the suspicious person. It has to be the last lady in the photo. She's the killer. I don't know who she is, but it's her. You're not going to space, Starbuck, but prison. I won't have it any other way. Why are you so hung up on him? Yes, I accept that the launch pads really were switched. And if there were a third person at the scene, I suppose they could have escaped. But I have yet to see proof of this third person's escape via the Space Museum. Oh, that's a good point. God dang it. I don't have any proof. Oh. Where did you get those bombs? Tell me now. If you don't, my blade shall feast upon your blood. But Starbuck didn't get the bombs. If I'm going to die, I want to die in space. I have to do something. Solomon Starbuck. Solomon Kane. Oh, there you go. Now you know violence isn't the answer. What up, Fulbright? That annoyed, cheerful laugh. It can be none other than Detective Fulbright. Justice for all. Champion of righteousness, Bobby Fulbright here. In justice we trust. Detective Fulbright. Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Lawyer. I hope I'm not too late. I don't believe we had an appointment. I tried to hurry, but I ended up helping a little old lady cross the street. And then I had to break up a cat fight. I tell you, justice sure is a full-time job. Was it a fight between cats, or? Right. Violence isn't the answer. It's like, what did you just do then? I don't have any idea what you're talking about. Fulbright. I always thought you were a bit touched in the head. But have you finally succumbed? Nope. But it looks like you've succumbed to this phantom of yours. Open your eyes and let the evidence of justice tell you. What evidence? Think of it. He did say something about finding us some evidence. Please tell me it's down the chute. Please. Please. You can't just mention a garbage chute and not use it. I didn't think he was serious, though. So, what is it, Detective? Is it something that will prove Mr. Starbuck innocent? What's this? A lighter? That's right. A lighter, thought to have been used by the culprit, no less. The Space Museum's cleaning robot picked it up. It was the victim Clay Terran's blood, along with his killer's fingerprints on it. Oh. Good job, buddy. Oh, somebody's messaging me.
Silence!
Hold on. Work stuff.
Objection!
Sometimes people just can't be patient. Piece of evidence unequivocally proves that Mr. Starbucks is innocent. As for the remote switch that was found in Mr. Starbucks' pocket, we can assume it was planted by the killer on the unconscious Mr. Starbuck. There must be some mistake. Frankly, Prosecutor Blackwell, I've been worried about you. You've been chasing this phantom for 7 whole years. I understand your urgency because tomorrow... Ooh, what's tomorrow? Right. Being patient, blasphemous thought. I know. You promised never to speak of that. Tomorrow? What about tomorrow? Given the body of evidence, I think it's safe to say the defendant is innocent. In light of the fact that it was impossible for him to have committed the crime, a few unanswered questions remain, so I look forward to seeing what you two uncover. But for now, this court finds the defendant, Solomon Starbuck, not guilty! So do you guys just refill the confetti after every case, or is this I hope this is like reused confetti, you know, or at least biodegradable confetti. Oh my god, can we eat it? That's right, Miss Sykes, thank you. And please, thank Apollo for me too. So we don't know who killed his friend, but we at least know he didn't do it. I'm assuming case 5 is Apollo's journey. Court is adjourned.
Objection!
He said court is adjourned! It's too late to object, isn't it? It better be. You said court is adjourned. We're done. It simply isn't possible. Something's wrong. Prosecutor Blackwell, are you dissatisfied with the verdict? Fulbright, what were the results of the fingerprint analysis for the lighter? Huh? The results? Ah. More ha. Well, I was in a hurry, you see, and then there was that cat fight. And well, I kinda got carried away when I heard the prints weren't Mr. Starbucks's, so... You have yet to read it? Professor Blackwell, can you read out who the prints belong to? Oh my god, who do they belong to? Upon thorough analysis, the fingerprints were found to belong to Athena Sykes? Me! Athena! Order, I say. Miss Sykes, tell me you have an explanation for this. We just finished proving that this lighter could only belong to the killer, so finding your prints on it can only lead us to... I don't know how they got on there, but I know I'm not the culprit. This can't be happening. We built up our argument piece by piece, and I don't think any of our reasoning was faulty. So how could it have led to this? God damn it, Athena. What have I done? Please forgive me, I'm sorry. Detective Fulbright, stop your crying. What in the world is happening here? Hold on, we're gonna pause real quick so I can read. In the first 3 games, it was Gumshoe who always shot the confetti, canonically proven and in-game by a post-credit picture. In these games, I don't know. Oh. That's really funny, just to see Gumshoe go, yay! Hey, remember back when Athena said she heard anger and suspicion in Apollo's voice? Why would he think Athena would kill his friend? Well... What? Confusion spiraled into utter chaos. After all we fought for, the truth had turned cruelly on us to accuse Athena of the crimes. Somewhere, somehow, everything had gone terribly wrong. We had stumbled over the edge of reason and into the jaws of a twisted darkness. What? I have so many questions. I was ready for a robot assassin, not this. Okay, wow. Yeah, we wrapped that up. Now we have, like, almost 3 hours with this next case. Turnabout for tomorrow. So I'm assuming Athena is in the detention center? No one can escape their past. Ooh, do we get to find out the thing from 7 years ago? Dude, this art style is so similar to Higurashi no Kai. I love it. Wait. The sins we've committed. Wait, did Blackwell kill her family? Or the sadness we've caused? But why would he kill them? Why would he become a murderer? No matter how far we run, our past remains as ever present as the moon in the sky. Well, until the moon becomes a new moon. Dramatic pose with my dead friend's coat and my injuries and my totally normal eyeball infection. It's very suspicious. It's the moon. It looms in wait for the day when we are forced to face it. But only in doing so can we truly make peace and move on in hope towards tomorrow. There is no story. Is this story? Can I pause this? Nope, I am full story mode. I will have to wait until I can pause this. I believe you can beat this final case today, meaning you'll 100% need a different game for Friday, because you'll either beat DLC Wednesday or early in the Friday stream. Oh, I don't need a different game. Remember, we got all those dev games. Look at the calendar. We just scoot them. Just scoot them on over. And it's probably gonna be the visual novel, the Alex games. because remember we asked the developer, we're like, is it a remake or remaster? And they're like, no, the characters are the same, but the story is different. So I'm just like, Sads and Depression? Yes. And then if we have enough time from that, then it will be the other dev that hopped in. And we're like, we're going to play their game. This is going to be a bunch of dev games. So I'm excited. I don't know. Is the DLC 2 hours? Because Whittle Wednesday is usually about a 2-hour stream day. What's happening now? Mm-hmm. Stuff be happening. Sorry, I have real life stuff happening now in the background, and it's just like... DLC is the longest case of this game, so probably not. Yeah, so... most likely be able to finish this case today. And then probably do like a little bit of the DLC on Wednesday, and then finish up on Friday. You know, Friday be 6-hour days, we could probably squeeze in a game or two. That is true, you did drag his name through the mud. I can imagine he's like, I want nothing to do with you. Oh look, the body outline is still there. Yep, and I came straight here. This is all thanks to you and your team, Mr. Ray. You give me a second chance to fly into space again. I can't thank you enough. Except... what's wrong? I thought he'd be happy to be acquitted. As I was coming out of the detention center, I saw Miss Sykes. You saw Athena? I was at a loss for words. I didn't know what to say to the poor girl. And then, you know, what? She flashed a peace sign at me. Congratulations on your acquittal, she said. Now you can go back into space someday. Yeah, that sounds like Athena. I can just picture it. But I saw her eyes. They were red and swollen from crying. She's got to be suffering. She must be so worried. And yet she went out of her way to be nice and give me that big smile. Well, she held back her own tears so she could give someone else a smile. That's so Athena. See, now I want to listen to God Games from the Epic Musical and just be like, Athena! Dun, 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 Athena! God, it's so good. I might just re-listen to the whole musical again, because it's great. It's a bop. Okay, so how do we prove that she's not the murderer? Because, like, we came to the space station, right? Oh no, we came here to investigate after the fact. But she has been here before, so who's to say she didn't touch something and then the killer was like, haha, perfect decoy. Or maybe I was right all along. A trash chute. You're worth less than space debris. Is he going to be alright, Dad? His expression looks as dark as a black hole. Well, that's just how he is. Mr. Starbuck, do you remember anything about the murderer? Not really. I only saw a shadowy figure in the dark after all. Yeah, I guess that was a little too much to hope for. Hey, I heard something from the police though. They said they never did find a 10 caliber gun down that trash chute. The culprit must have carried it away with them when they escaped. So was the person you saw holding a gun, Mr. Starbuck? I couldn't really tell, but it wasn't Athena, right? Could you tell if the person was male or female, tall or short? I can't even tell you that much. Man, I'm useless. When the culprit opened the door and some light came in, I should have been able to see. The door. Ah, yes. As I recall, they opened this door here as they made their escape. The door to Launchpad 1, right? Yeah, except right now, the door leads to the Space Museum. You mean the Launchpad and the Space Museum are switched right now? Yeah, they're trying to investigate a theory you came up with in court. So they're recreating the conditions. I'd like to see what's beyond that door now. Mr. Starbuck, could you open this door for us? Sure, just let me have my print scanned here. Boop, boop. Do launchpads get switched back and forth a lot? Well, back when the Space Museum was Launchpad 2, they used to switch the pads around at times, but these days Launchpad 2 is only used as a tourist attraction. Right, because, quite frankly, the Space Center needs the money. Times sure are tough. Dad, let's go check out what's beyond that door. Sure, let's go. Hey, why don't I come along? I can show you around. Sure. A leaf? There's a leaf. So this is another one of those devices for opening the door, huh? Yep, but this one doesn't require fingerprint verification. You just hit the button and open sesame. So when you and Clay went through here, you didn't need to show your prints either. That's right, Drusy, just like how the culprit didn't need to scan their prints when they escaped back out of the Space Museum corridor into the boarding lounge 2. Those leaves look important. Huh? I wonder what these dead leaves are doing here. Maybe they were stuck to the bottom of somebody's shoes? There are a lot of trees around the Space Center. She's right. It's a modern state-of-the-art building, but it's surrounded by trees. But I don't know. If they were stuck to the bottom of somebody's shoes, wouldn't they look more crushed up? These don't look like they've been stepped on. Maybe there's some kind of secret hatch in the corridor and they came in that way? Not everything is set up like a magician stage, you know. Well, I don't see anything else that jumps out at me. And I imagine this corridor is built exactly like the Launchpad 1 corridor. Do we not find it odd that the cleaning robots have not gotten the leaves that have been there for multiple days? Suspicious. Who sullied my good name? Reverse course at full speed ahead. Director Cosmos, wait! Yeah, he wants nuts. The mobility system has been compromised. Trucy's knife throw was a direct hit to one of his tires. Oh my god! And the streak continues. Maybe I should have kept a closer watch on what tricks she's been practicing. Oh wow. Oh! Well, that's some good news. I wonder. Hold on, I'm gonna pause real quick because I want to see if it's in the news. Because if it's in the news, I can talk about it. It says 5 days ago. It might be it. I'm just quickly reading this article to see if this is it. I want to say it is. Well, it's in the news, so even if it's not this one, it's still something in the news. So, as we all know, Nina's day job is to be legal assistant. And apparently some paperwork that we helped provide to the FBI, they were able to stop a bomb threat toward a federal building and courthouse in Nashville. The local authorities worked with the FBI to identify and locate the person who was arrested after they found his Twitter, which had other threats and like pictures of Molotov cocktails. So, yay, we stopped a bomb threat. Anyway, back to the story. The center of the cosmos is shrouded in mystery, but I don't have any secrets left. Now that my battleship has been destroyed, I've been taken prisoner. Magatama time. Magatama. Magatama. No secrets left, huh? I beg to differ. Looks like I'll have to undo his Cyclops if I want to get to the bottom of this.
Take that!
You know, well, because, like, as legal assistant, you know, we fill out paperwork, do the paperwork, retrieve data that is requested through said paperwork. A lot of lawyer stuff, lawyer jargon, and judges and FBIs and cops and everything. And I'm pretty much the person who goes, yes, here's your data, cops, or no, this violates privacy rights. Try again. So it's nice. It's nice to, like, hear that our work does do something. 'Cause, you know, normally it's just fraud. And you're like, you took $20? Okay. But the other side is life or death. So.
Take that!
You must have gotten Mr. Terran to help you. He stole the tranquilizers from his mentor's locker and slipped them to him. And then with Mr. Starbuck in a daze, they boarded the replica rocket. Why? Also, he spins really fast. If you really wanted to save the astronauts' lives, shouldn't you have just called off the launch? Think I would have gone to all that trouble? But how did you know to switch the pads in advance of the bombing incident? Well, that's because I was warned in advance. Once I received that warning, it was my duty to ensure their safety. Could have been a prank. Why did you believe in it so completely? Because I went to one of those mediums that everyone's talking about these days. Oh my god, is it Maya? Besides, I thought it was you yourself that got the warning via telephone. Yes, that's right. The bomber contacted me personally. My battleship is equipped with the special advanced communication systems. Regular telephone. It's been a while. Planning another launch? I see you haven't learned. I'll never forget the terror I felt when I received that call. The bomber said, "It's been a while." And that was enough to make you take the threat seriously? Perhaps Dr. Cosmos took the threat so seriously because the Space Center had been involved in a bombing once before? Maybe. The culprit in the current case is the same person who's involved in this incident, the Hatch 1 miracle. That epic story of survival. People across the nation know it as a heroic tale of bravery, but in truth it was an act of sabotage perpetrated by our current killer, wasn't it? Very few knew about the previous plot, so when the killer said, "It's been a while," you knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that the danger was real and it wasn't a prank. Did anyone ever tell you to go easy on ex-servicemen? Yes, the Hell Miracle was really a desperate battle against an act of sabotage. I even lost the life of one of my staff members in the fight. Sabotage, murder. So this is the ugly truth. Maybe the girl is who he lost? Now the case was closed. Wait a minute. The murder at the space... This must be the person Dr. Cosmos thought was the culprit. What, Blackwell?
Take that!
The murder suspect in case that happened here 7 years ago? The place and time of the two incidences, the murder and the sabotage, were the same. So you thought that he committed both? While Prosecutor Blackwell was behind bars, you got another threatening call. If the culprit this time is the same as 7 years ago, then it isn't Simon Blackwell. Realizing that, you were shaken. It meant the true culprit's been running free all this time. real life. It's a mixed bag of yay work and personal stuff. It's okay. We'll be fine. Oh. We'll have to start with the story of that horrible nightmare from 7 years ago. 7 years ago? You mean the so-called Hat 1 miracle? Look at the little aliens. Pew, 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 pew. The launch went smoothly, but once the ship entered outer space, the trouble began. It was all the handiwork of a certain person and their evil scheme. So Mr. Starbucks' traumatic experience wasn't accidental. Not only that, but before the launch, a very valuable piece of moon rock was stolen. But that wasn't the worst of it. One of my staff members was murdered. Wow, I had no idea such awful events were behind that exciting story of space heroism. After all, in spite of the Space Center having very strict security in those days, all personnel effects were examined thoroughly, coming or going. Couldn't even smuggle a withered old thing in. So do you have any clues who was responsible for the sabotage? At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackwell. I don't know enough to identify the true culprit, but it's clear what that person is. To put it simply, a spy. A spy? You mean somebody who infiltrates a foreign country? Carries out dangerous missions? And always gets the girl? Someone's watching way too many late-night movies. Well, I guess if we're talking about blowing up a rocket and stealing research material, it's not all that surprising that a spy could be behind it all. Make no mistake, there's cutthroat rivalry between nations in the space R&D race. Some try to outdo others by any means possible, even deliberate destruction. 7 years ago, we got a call about a potential sabotage. The same MO as this. And yes, I thought the perpetrator had been caught, but it looks like I was wrong. Prosecutor Blackwell seems more like a ninja than a spy, don't you think? Aren't ninjas and spies basically the same thing? There's a good reason we failed to find the real spy. A massive cover-up by the government. Government officials were too embarrassed to admit that they had allowed such a thing to happen at the hands of a spy. Don't tell me they made the police rush the investigation. They did indeed! And then to cover up the sabotage, they cleaned up the story. And that was the Hat 1 miracle, wasn't it? But then 7 years later, the same MO, advance warning of sabotage? It must be the director's reason for switching the launch pads. 7 years ago, the spy gave you advance warning of their plans, just like this time. That was what made you decide to switch the launch pads, wasn't it? That's right. The caller knew the facts of the case 7 years ago, despite the cover-up. They knew about the sabotage, the moon rock, the murder, and they said, "You don't want things to go like they did 7 years ago, do you?" I immediately thought of calling off the launch, but the government said, "No, we don't give in to the likes of terrorists. We must proceed for our country's honor." It was like quite a moving speech, actually. Movie? Really? Maybe if you're easily inspired by political talking points? But I knew the truth. We had been warned, which meant that the danger was very real. And I knew there was no way to stop the spy. No matter what I did, they would find a way. That's why I switched the launch pads and staged the moving rescue scene. First, I snuck into the center the night before and switched the launch pads. That way the astronauts would go from boarding lounge 1 to the Space Museum. Then I put a closed for repairs sign on the door to launch pad 1 and the boarding lounge 2. You did that so normal visitors wouldn't enter. What else did you do? I enlisted the help of several staff members, including Taryn. But you didn't let Mr. Starbuck in on it? He's already been through enough, and he's no good at lying to keep a secret. I'm afraid I had no choice but to have him drugged. My plan went well until Clay's murder. It was going so well. After the culprit made their escape, I switched it back. I did it in such a way that no one would find out, but after all that effort. The Tyrann is dead and the Hat 2 is destroyed. And the Hope capsule, which had returned to us only recently, was also lost in that blast. My home, the center of the cosmos. My beautiful Cosmos Space Center is done for. Wait, what did he mean by the Hope capsule was lost in the blast? Isn't that what he was carrying? I thought the Hope capsule was found at the crime scene with Mr. Taryn. It had just been brought back by the Hope space probe with asteroid samples inside. So what kind of samples are they? What's in them? Samples are scheduled for analysis in the near future. We haven't had time since they just came back the day before Taryn's murder. The capsule was being held in a safe in Launchpad 1, but I gave it to Taryn before the incident so it wouldn't be destroyed in the explosion. The idea was that with it safely in Taryn's possession, he could make it look like he rescued it during the stage of miraculous escape. But our precious research materials ended up lost to the explosion anyway. But I thought Clay was supposed to keep it safe. You misunderstand. The launch pad explosion wasn't the one the capsule was lost to. It was lost after the police confiscated it as evidence. Oh, it was the courtroom bombing from the other day. Capsule was there in the courtroom as evidence and was blown up. Ultimately, I think the culprit may have known about the switching of the launch pads. What? How? The police found a wiretapping device during their investigation today. A bug aboard my battleship. A tap on my advanced communication system. A wire on that phone? Yes, a wire on this very phone. I use this phone to give instructions to my staff about the launch pad switch. Just to the few select members who knew about the plan. Just before the incident, staff members were coming in and out of launch pad 1. The culprit probably slipped in with them amid the confusion and planted the bomb then. Yes, if they were tapping your phone, they definitely could pull something like that off. So you really think the same spy is behind this incident and the one from 7 years ago? Sure of it. Then this spy must be the phantom Prosecutor Blackwell has been chasing. But Prosecutor Blackwell told me once. The hunt I've been on for the phantom of 7 years past continues even still. For starters, that case happened right here at this very space center too. So if we can find this phantom, that's right, we can clear Athena's name. And then there's the matter of Prosecutor Blackwell too. What about him? Well, if the culprit of 7 years ago is the same person as the current incident, it would mean Prosecutor Blackwell is innocent. That's still an if, though. Wonder how dangerous that guy would be in court without handcuffs. But if we're going on a ghost hunt, count me in. Hold on. Drama. So much drama. That's the Hat 1 exhibit. Oh wow, look at the photo of the team. This. Who is this lady? Because if she's the one who got killed, right? Because he said he lost a staff member, right? If she's the one who got killed, then I don't think it's her. But if she's not dead, I'm thinking she's the one. Because, you know, who else would know procedures? Who else would know where to plant a bomb? You know? Suspicious. Suspicious. The phantom of your history is there. Inside your mind, just start playing some epic phantom music. Oh, launch imminent, and there's a photo of the Hope space probe. Okay. Take a look at that jacket. It looks stabbed. The one that belonged to Clay. Actual jacket worn by Hat 1 team member. Not a replica. Wonder if it was Mr. Starbucks's. There's a big slash in it. Hello? Juniper? What are you doing here? I heard Thina got arrested, so I've been looking for you. I thought you might be here at the scene. You must be so worried, but rest assured, I'll do my best to defend her. She'll be fine. Everybody's being such a worrywart. She's gonna be okay. Phoenix Wright is on the case. Have I let anybody down? Not recently. Tina's mom worked here. If I remember right, she was a doctor of psychology or something. Did Blackwell murder the mom? Well, presumably murder the mom? It was far from Athena's first time here. I wonder why she didn't mention it. She probably didn't want to talk about it. This place is connected to a very sad memory for her. Sad or traumatic? Sad memory? Can you tell me about it? There was a terrible incident here. It was 7 years ago. The same time frame as the Hat 1 launch. Thena's mom and the robotics lab. She was murdered. After it happened, Thena stopped coming to school. Which is fair. I was so worried about her. I came here so many times, hoping to see her. But I never saw her again. After a while, we started exchanging letters. Aww. But I didn't get to see her face to face for 7 long years. And so the first time you'd seen her in 7 years was during the Professor Quartz case. That's right. And I was so surprised. She was like a completely different person. So cheerful and happy. Depression. It'll mess you up. What was Athena like as a child? She was very sensitive and kind. She didn't talk very much. She liked to draw and paint at home. It's completely different from the Athena we know now. I can't even picture it. She never left the Space Center much because she was very sensitive to other people's emotions. When she went to crowded places, she'd get dizzy from all the emotions flying around. Oh, an empath? Aww. She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research. Aww. Because of her special ability, Thena couldn't handle being in school very often, and I was always out sick because of my weak constitution. Maybe that's why we became such good friends. We used to play together here at the Space Center a lot. It brings back memories. Sounds like Athena's mother played a big role here at the Space Center. Show her that picture. Oh, good idea. Yeah, is this the mom? Could you take a look at this for me? Oh look, there's Tina's mom. The woman on the far right. The one in the kimono. That's Dr. Mita Sykes. Tina's mother murdered. What? Yes, it did. As I recall, it happened on the day before the launch. Just as I suspected. That wasn't the worst of it. One of my staff members was murdered. So this is the murder Director Cosmos is talking about. Does that mean that the crime Prosecutor Blackwell was convicted of was the murder of Athena's mom? There's a chance her death is somehow connected to the current case. There he is. Thank you for all your help, Miss Woods. And please try not to worry. I won't let anything happen to Athena. Thank you, Mr. Wright. I know you'll take good care of her. So we need to investigate the robotics lab and also talk to Athena. We've got our plates full, Dad. I hope we can fit it all in before the day is through. The detention center first, then. We have to see Athena before visiting hours are over. Fair. Fair. Sorry, I had itchy shoulders. What up, detective? To tell the truth, I'm here to interview Ted Tenate. No violence. What? I saw someone's hand as they were stealing the remotes. someone else was there as you were murdering Detective Arm? Mm-hmm. Okay. Sure. So who is this mystery person? Wait. This the moon rock? Hold on. Right there. That's the same thing in the newspaper article. Come on, you game. So somebody was there at the courthouse while you were murdering Detective Arm, and they're the ones who took the switch. What is it, Gumshoe? Is he like, you shouldn't have fired me? Kapow, who could it be? It's either somebody totally new, somebody we've already seen during this game, or somebody we've encountered in a past game. I feel like it's gonna be somebody we encountered in a past game, you know, like a really cool callback. But I can also see them doing like a brand new person, you know, to be like, huzzah! Gotta get comfy. Ooh! This is where, what's her name works, right? Aura Blackquill? Judge Tron? Tina's mother was killed 7 years ago. Speaking of someone who works with robots. Dad, look over there. So they plan to use this bag to carry the capsule, is that right? Yeah, more or less. Say, why don't we stop talking about the case and have a nice cup of tea instead? Apollo and Aura Blackquill? I wonder what they're talking about. Well, well. Come to spoil our fun just when I was enjoying our alone time. Trucy. And Mr. Wright. If it's Apollo you want, you can't have him. He said he's investigating on his own. And I respect his wishes. We just came to investigate this lab. Well, this is my lab, so you'll need my permission if you want to do any snooping. Yeah. And suddenly Starbuck was out and your little subordinate, the princess, was in. Case closed. They all lived happily ever after. And I suppose you're going to defend the princess in court, am I right? Oh, yeah, she's talking about Athena. Who else? Athena's innocent. Oh my, such loyalty and trust. She seems pretty suspicious to me, though. The emotionally unstable princess is your culprit for you. Don't you agree, Apollo? I don't know yet. How could you? What's wrong with saying I don't know if it's true? It's a very scientific approach. Your subordinate is more level-headed than you. Or should I say, former subordinate. I can't believe it. Does Apollo really suspect Athena? All this laughing has worn me out. You're trying to say something, hunk of junk. Mr. Terran, you look pale. Shall I help you to the sickbay? Mr. Terran? Oh, that's Apollo you're talking to. Oh, this hunk of junk here is mistaking Apollo for Clay. Maybe Apollo was possessed by Clay's ghost. Mr. Terran, how are your injuries? Mr. Terran? Mr. Terran, how are your injuries? Terran? I guess Clay intends to hang around to haunt the princess that murdered him. Oh, and to haunt the lawyer that defends her too, of course. I feel bad for Apollo. He's listening to this? And it's like, you're talking about his dead friend. Can you not? Like, it was like 2 days ago. I intend to defend Athena, no matter what you have to say about it. Perfectly foolish. That kind of blind belief makes people lose sight of the truth. Just like 7 years ago. What happened 7 years ago? Dun 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 dun. Why? Do you enjoy trampling on people's feelings and rubbing salt in their wounds, or do you just want me to talk? What should I ask for return? I don't know. I'd like to hear about the incident too. Huh? Apollo knows about the case too? Well, if you're the one who's asking, Apollo. Come on, hunk of junk. You tell the story. I'm sorry, that's private information. You won't talk, I'll just have to make you talk. Oh god. Yes, who cares about personal privacy? Not me! I'm ready to utilize my blast processing power. Oh my goodness. The bodies of all the robots that come through this lab are designed. I was born 7 years ago. Miss Orr was much younger. And our hearts were created by that great genius, Dr. Metis Sykes. Emotions are not irrational things. Our logic and hearts can be integrated. You're talking really fast, Clonko. But I see that she likes Athena's mom. There's a photo of her on her desk. Nobody could continue Metis' research. She and her work were truly one of a kind. And now the two companions are all that are left of Metis here on Earth. Navigation companions. The robots are all that's left? Isn't she leaving out a very important someone? We built the ultimate creations together, but now she's gone. I get the feeling Dr. Sykes loved her robots almost as much as she loved her daughter. And almost as much as she loved you. What are you talking about? Don't make me laugh. But you lost someone too, didn't you, Apollo? Your friend Clay? I guess you and I are pretty much in the same boat. Miss R, would you like a tissue? Okay, so it's just Clonko and Clonko. Don't keep sick of your time. You should treat him better, right? What does it matter? He doesn't feel pain, and I can always repair his body. Besides, their hearts aren't actually in their bodies. What? The program Metis wrote runs on a separate mainframe. Their bodies are controlled remotely from there. Their hearts and memories are there too. These bodies are really just peripherals. So I can do anything I want to them. I'm not so sure that gives you the right to physically abuse the poor thing. But why are you people looking into such an old case now anyway? Well, we believe the culprit of that incident might be the same person in this case. So, Dad's gonna find out who killed Dr. Sykes too. I'm sure you're aware of who Metis' killer is. Yes, Prosecutor Blackwell. Or so it seems. Yes, Retzel! Come here! Come here! Handsome. Treat her more like a loyal samurai would treat his... Okay. He even got along well with that miserable little princess. Oh. Why do you call Athena the princess? Well, she's Metis' daughter after all, though she's nothing like her. Besides, doesn't the selfish little princess always have lots of white knights hanging around? Now I think I see why Athena didn't say anything when we ran into Aura yesterday. It all makes sense now. So, the culprit behind the two cases could be the same. That settles it then. What does it settle? None of your business. Just forget you heard anything. How long are you people gonna hang around in here anyway? What? But we came here to take a look around. You think you can just waltz in and ransack a person's lab? We're not the police, so we don't have one. Then get out. Clonko, show him out. My apologies, I'm just following orders. See that, Russell? Got kicked out by a robot. Or your ears. Good. I don't know if you can hear him, but he's purring up a storm. And she's gone. Right. You're like, don't do it. It's probably not too much wholesome art. You'd probably would have to go through a lot before you found anything. We're like, this is nice. This is cool. Right, Rissa? There's lots of talented artists out there. Very talented. Are you leaving me? You can't leave me. A letter? Hey Nick, it's been a while. Miss me? Was it Maya? I read somewhere that you were holding a trial in the middle of an exploding courtroom. That must have really been something, although weird is par of the course with you. I think she or whatever paper she's reading is a little off on the details. I love to come visit, but I'm right in the middle of a difficult part of my training. So instead, think of me as you watch those Steel Samurai videos I sent. Aw, Maya. Yeah, Russia. Good first part would be my eyes! Yeah, exactly. Right? I wonder what... Well, we know she's training, obviously, to be a spirit medium, but, like... Is she the leader? She's still training? I mean, we found her mom. Mr. Nick? Pearl! She's all grown. She's grown up. Look at her. Oh my god. How you been, Mr. Nick? She's so grown up. Pearl Fate, though I call her Pearl, she's Maya's cousin, who's also a spirit medium. A very talented one at that. I've known her since she was 8, but Apollo and Athena only met her a few months ago. You didn't come all this way just to bring me a letter, did you? I apologize for barging in. The door was unlocked. But I can't believe there was a big explosion here. Your office doesn't look any different. She's even further off on the details than Maya. I wish I could take you out to eat or something, Pearls, but there's a lot going on. Oh, I knew that. I didn't come here for a social visit, you know. Oh. Did you read the postscript on the letter? There's more? Yeah, P.S. Oh yeah, here it is. P.S. I bet you've been too busy to clean or take care of the office, so Pearlie said she would come help you. Isn't she sweet? You better thank her. Oh, so that's what you're doing here. That's awfully nice of you, Pearls. Maya and Pearls, thanks to these two. I'm starting to feel a little better. Thank you, girls. Now that I'm here, I'm gonna whip this place into shape. You just concentrate on your work and don't even worry about me. When you talk to Professor Brat, well, with this trial still going on, they must be holding him down at the detention center. She's so cute. I think what? The little pink orb has gone from her hair to like a strand, so it's good. Cute. Oh, do we just get to have a chat? Well, look who's here. I wonder what they're talking about. All this time and you haven't said a word. It's even turning your hair gray. I don't have anything to say, Aura. Why don't you go home and play with your dolls? Oh, right, because he's the baby brother. Miss Blackwell, don't you think that's enough for today? Enough for today? Today is all there is when there's no tomorrow. There's no tomorrow? What is she talking about? We have company, Aura. Please try to calm down. Alright, fine. I see you're just not gonna listen no matter what I say. I've had it. If that's the way you're going to be, I have another plan up my sleeve. I hope you're happy, Simon, because I'm done. Do as you please. See if I care. Oh. Wow. I could cut the tension with a katana. Right. It looks like Fulbright saved your case in court this morning. What? Oh, yeah, he did? He bounced back to business quick. Prosecutor Blackwell, forgive me, but it was just the thing to do. But, as a result, Sykes was arrested. Was that the just thing to do, too? Oh, Mr. Lawyer, I'm sorry, but it was evidence. Don't worry about it. I plan to defend her and prove her innocence. I wouldn't take things so lightly if I were you. Right? This is blade-proof glass, right? This is blade-proof, right? He's not gonna witch-ching. You're looking for somebody you call the Phantom of 7 years past, aren't you? You villain. Where did you hear about that? This glass is absolutely positively blade proof. Right? No, it wasn't me. I didn't say a single. Well, at least it wasn't my fault. Can you tell me more who this phantom is? And also, you didn't really kill Dr. Sykes, did you? Guard, the guest is leaving. Prosecutor Blackwell, please listen to me. The culprit in the current case might be the same as the one in the case 7 years ago. If you would cooperate, we could probably solve both cases. I suppose I could talk. The one who killed my mentor was, without question, me. I stole Sykes-Dono's mother away from her. I destroyed her life. Guard, where are you? Stop dragging your feet, I tell you. What? Why does he think? There he goes. You upset Prosecutor Blackwell. Oh, it's fine. It's just children playing outside. Sometimes you hear screams, so you gotta check, you know, you're like, ah, no. I hear giggling and laughter. It's fine. Comfy. Comfy. Ugh. I don't want to think about that, Wood. There were 2 decisive pieces of evidence, so a verdict was reached very quickly. 2 pieces of evidence? What were they? Let's see. The first was some security footage. He was the only one who used the corridor to the murder scene at the time of the crime. The only one? Oh, that does sound decisive. Well, we know about the ladder. Guess I'll have to see it some other time. 7-year-old video added. Oh my god. You were just okay. A photo at the moment of the crime. Pause right here. His hair was so short. Look at it. Holding a bloody katana? Maybe. See a robot arm, but it potentially is bloody? I don't know what's happening here. As the victims kept on display in the room, she had a thing for Japanese culture. Wow, it'd be hard to explain this one away. He probably pulled it out of her. He's like, oh no, my boss. Waits him and goes, ooh, oops, that's my holiday trip tape, my bad. Right? He's like, oops, sorry. Wrong tape. What if it was like a tape for those, you know, those like old school VHS dating things? Like, this is what they did back in the day before, you know, cell phones and apps and everything. People would do like a little tape and they're like, hi, my name is, you know, Jim. I'm 35. I like this. And then they would say like a fun fact. And like you as the other person, you know, just like a catalog. So you get like a little tape, I think like once a month or once a week. And you could just put it in and it would just be like a bunch of different little people talking and you'd be like, that guy looks cool. I'll pick him. I'd like to set up a date with him. Like it was like a blind dating service, I think. It was really cool. So like, yeah, maybe that would be Fulbright's tape. He's like, hi, my name's Fulbright. I'm a detective. And I like justice for all. And I have 2 cats. You know, some. Oh my god, that actually be really cute. Prosecutor Blackwell would be executed tomorrow under a false charge. Oh! We have until tomorrow. Why they wait so long? I never understand why they wait long. But, okay. Maybe that is why Miles put him on the cases to, like, give him more time before his sentence. Because it's like, hey, he's busy being a lawyer, can't kill him, you know, kind of vibe. You just see incredibly buff and ripped Fulbright at the beach, just like, I like to relax from justice. That'd be amazing. See, now I'm curious about if there's like some wholesome fan art out there because he's really cool. But it's a gamble. The robots. The robots are... What are the robots? Oh my god, are they killing? I was kidding. Not a malfunction. They're staging a revolt. The machines are rebelling against humans. What? They've taken visitors as hostage? Shut your mouth. Shut your... That's right, Trucy's still there, isn't she? Hold on. No, they are not. Oh my god, no they're not. Oh, unless it's the sister. Then the robots really are holding people hostage. Look, Mr. Lawyer, what do you suppose that group of people are swarmed around? She said she was lost. Stay away from me, you never know what he'll do. What? But he's not a bad robot, can't you see? He's just trying to help me. I recognize that voice. Detective Fulbright, are you here on your own? Leave it to me. Alright, people, what's going on here? Pearl's over here. Oh, Mr. Nick, there you are. I heard the terrible news and I got so worried. Thanks. I can't hardly believe what's happening myself. I'm so glad you found each other. When people are happy, I am happy. Funko seems the same as before. When people are sad, I am happy. When people are angry, when people are... Oh, did I say something odd? Did I? Error. Uh-oh, there is something wrong with him. Oh, God. Well, it looks like he fell asleep. Must have been tired. Hee 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 hee. Clonko? Oh my god. Human beings are enemies. It's time for the machines to take over. Did she... She's hacking them. Fools! How could you fall for something so cliche? I'm human too, you idiots. I'm just controlling these robots remotely. But it is true that I've taken hostages. So you better not make me mad. Hey you, hostage number 1, come here. I'll let you talk to them. Something being displayed on Clonko's face screen. It's the Space Museum. Dad? Dad, is that you? Drusy, is that you? No. Are you alright? About 15 robots are holding 12 of us hostage, Dad. Research is one behind it. She's the girl talks too much. Okay, so... Aura's doing something. My demand is simple. I hope the detective is listening. Release Blackwell. I want you to bring someone to me. Clay Terran's murderer, Athena Sykes. Athena? Now hold on just a moment. I can't just give in a demand like that. So you don't care what happens to these hostages, huh? I'll just pick one out then. Nope. Wait. Mr. Lawyer. I know I have absolutely no right to make such a ridiculous request, but you need me to buy some time, right? Got it. I'll see what I can do. But promise me you'll never hand Athena over, and you won't give up on the hostages either. Wow. So, Aura Blackwell has grabbed all the robots, holding people hostages, and for whatever reason she wants Athena, and I'm guessing she's gonna make Athena be like, admit you stabbed your mom kind of vibe. Imagine Aura just swiftly in a swivel chair behind a big keyboard screen while sipping either a milkshake or Starbucks coffee. Probably a Starbucks coffee. And probably jokingly it has like a sticker of Starbucks' face on it. So she's like, hee hee Starbucks, your brains in here. Oh, you got no brains. You know, like a brain smoothie or something. Athena's not a murderer? What are you talking about? She's been arrested and they've got her in detention. I'm telling you the truth. Look, the person you want is the real killer, right? Well, it's not Athena, it's someone else. All right, let's hear your stupid little theory. Who is this real killer? I don't know yet, but the culprit's the same one as the one from the case from 7 years ago. The UR1 incident. I believe you have a personal interest in that case? It's too late to change what's going to happen now, no matter how wrong it is. But is it really too late? You can still do something about it. You might even be able to fix it. Just what exactly are you proposing? What can I 7-year-old case to satisfy the hostage taker? Retry it! I propose we retry the case from 7 years ago. If you make that demand now, I'm sure nobody will deny you. Wouldn't be an official trial, but at least we could find out the truth. Good on her. Don't mind losing hostages. You can take all the time you want. If we're going to have a retrial, we'll need a prosecutor. Don't worry, I'll take care of that. And I guess I can be fair and let you come in and check out the crime scene. Okay. Okay. December 20th. Laura dropped us off with a warning not to touch anything until she got back. Wonder what's taking so long, but we can't really start the investigation yet, can we? Even if we could, this mess makes it hard to tell what the room is like 7 years ago. Mr. Wright? Oh, it's the hostage taker. I'm back to my usual self. You are still being monitored, however. More importantly, an important guest has arrived. Guest? This is so... Sorry.
Oh my god!
It's your boy! Is Edgeworth gonna be the prosecutor in this case? So handsome.
I trust you've been well, right?
Hi, Edgeworth. What are you doing here? This is Miles Edgeworth. We've been friends since we were kids. We faced off in court a number of times back when he was the prosecutor. But now... I'm the prosecutor, Edgeworth. Oh, but you're not a prosecutor anymore, are you? He's chief prosecutor now. Pretty soon it'll be a year, right? A title's nothing more than a title. Don't we have more pressing issues to discuss? The captain chose me as the prosecutor for the UR1 case. She's good. She went all the way up to the top. I gathered all the information I could in the short time that I had. I'll give you a rundown. You're always so well prepared, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Thanks. I appreciate this. I could really use the help. I'll start with a brief overview. The victim was the psychologist Dr. Meta Sykes. Yeah, Tina's mother. 7 years ago, on the 7th of October, her body was found here in this very room. I have 2 crime photos and the police notes on them for you to see. Oop, 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 oop. Okay. I see... dead lady. Paper napkin thingy here. Something here. Bloody sword here. You figured there'd be way more blood. And then... a coat of some kind. Which is interesting, because in the museum, there was a coat that had like a slash stab. So I'm wondering if that's all related. Imagine playing Apollo Justice Trilogy before the others, and this man just comes in with the most, is it him? Oh my god, it's him introduction ever. And the player would just be like, okay, it's cool, but like, why should I care? Right. Okay, something's open. Capsule. The thing is missing. The thing is missing. The rock. The rock was missing. They did say a moon rock was stolen. Well, why would they put it in the bomb? Was the victim's own katana found at the scene? Mentioned she was in a Japanese culture. The body was found by a Space Center staff member and 2 police officers. The police were called in because of the sabotage threat on the Hat 1 launch. A few hours after the body was discovered, a suspect was arrested. The suspect was Simon Blackwell, a young prosecutor. I hear his trial was over in a flash. Yeah, a guilty verdict was declared in only 1 session. Not only did he plead guilty, but there was decisive evidence against him too. The security camera video, and a photo of the moment of the crime, as I recall. That's not of the crime, that's after the crime. Did he have a motive? To this day, his motive is still unknown. He insisted he did it, but he would never say why. So that means he must still be hiding something. Right. And there's another aspect of the case that was never revealed to the public. Yeah, I know. The part about the spy, right? How on earth do you know about that? Director Cosmos told me after a bit of pressure. He told me espionage and sabotage were behind the Hat 1 miracle. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. I've always been good at keeping secrets. You know what I'm honestly impressed with? I'm surprised that, like, Pearls hasn't gotten mad at me yet. That I have, like, hired another female co-worker. Then again, she technically hasn't met Athena yet. She's just like, oh no, your friend. But I'm sure eventually she'll be like, what about your one true love, Maya? But she's older, so she probably knows we're just friends. I would hope so, like, right? She knows we're just friends. Right? She's grown mature. Please me, I make the rules. I wield the ultimate gavel of judgment. I am Judge Tron, J202. I don't believe we need to bother with that, Pearl. It's not even completed yet. He's right, Pearl, so there's no sign of it in the photo from 7 years ago either. We're building the Hope space probe here. After the space probe had been moved from the room, so it was long gone by the time someone took this photo. You can see the probe in this newspaper article, yes, and you can see the stolen moon rock there too. That strange black and yellow thing on the left side of the picture? Note that the same rock is absent from the crime scene photo. But it was in the explosion photo that went kaboom. Oh, somebody's calling me?
Cosplay Canada just resubscribed for 44 Monats. Oha, we back here.
Okay. I'm back, sorry. The doctor was asking me a bunch of questions. I was trying to like speed read while listening to what the doctor was saying, so I was just like, oh, but hi! Hi, Luna. Congrats on your new tattoo. It looks very nice. But yeah. We're getting reviewed on INN. You know, they want to see like how do we fare against their other, you know, variety streamers and like the regular streamed content, you know. Want to make sure it's a good fit is all. And I'm like, that's fair. That's fair. You want to make sure I fit your community's vibe. It's all good. But yeah, we are back on Ace Attorney. I got most of it. But I was answering questions and they were just like, sorry. Oh, dang it, Phoenix, you can't ever let me just vibe with a song. Oh yeah, no scratching. Put just lotion. I would hope they gave you that tattoo lotion. Put all that tattoo lotion on it. Don't scratch it. It's gonna be fine. But yeah, no. They were just like, hey, do you want to be part of a study? And I was like, what? And they're like, we'll give you this much money. And I was like, go on. And then they're like, but you would have to stay in Austin for another year. And I'm like, what if I happen to leave early? They're like, well, then you're not going to get paid. And I'm like, ah. So I was like, let me talk to the roomie. Because they like gave me some more details on like where it is, how long it is, and like all the other stuff. And I was just like, I'll ask the roomie. I'll ask the roomie if it's worth it, you know, be like, hey. But I also trying to like not stay here in Austin, so I was like, I don't want to say yes. But I'm also like, if I'm already stuck here for another year, I might as well get paid, you know? Oh, very much so, Luna, very much so. Why? What a wonderful idea. An astonishing trial in an astonishing location. Okay. Right? It's time to go. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I forget to mention? It's not Simon you'll be defending. What? I indict Athena Sykes. Didn't I call this? I was like, she's probably gonna be like, oh, Athena murdered her own mom. Okay. You've chosen for our courtroom, Mr. Wright. So, you think Athena murdered her own mom? But now that one photo makes sense from earlier. Hold on. Where is it? Where's, hold on. There it is. Nope. Come back here. This one. See? Robot's arm, and there's blood on it, which makes me think that the mom accidentally got stabbed from the robot's arm, because why else would there be blood on the end of this robot if the mom was busy fixing the arm? But how you doing, Luna? Thanks for the resub. It's much appreciated. What do you think of the new schedule? You can thank Barth for it. Oh, is she remembering? She's remembering. Alright, 5. And they're black too. Okay, she probably just thinks she killed her mom. And maybe what she saw was Blackwell taking the sword out. Maybe that's why he said he killed her, to protect Athena. 'Cause, you know, he's like a big brother. Yeah. Makes sense. Ooh, how are we on time? Ooh, we got an hour and 15. Yeah, I saw the schedule, was gonna gift a game, but March is so busy for you already. March is busy. Oh, sweet. Sweet Luna. Sweet Luna. If only you knew. March. I think you mean all of 2025. The Black Locks return, making it the second encounter with the Locks in the franchise after Christoph Gavin. March is busy. March. March. Right, I had to make the January 2026 calendar because somebody shall remain nameless and Barth were like, games? Well, I haven't seen your April. Let me just my glasses, I'd be pushing them up right now. Here's April. Purple. It's all purple. Here's May. Purple. All purple. Here's June. Purple. July. Purple. August. Purple. With some of my choices, but then you gotta think about this. September, the first 2 weeks, is purple. So you take those 2 weeks and put them in August, and you're purple till August. And then October, spooky month. And then November, there's another 2 weeks of Ace Attorney, so you put that into the rest of September, and you're pretty much purple until October. Yeah, you would be purple till about October. So if anybody were to gift anything right now, it would not be until November that you would see it, unless you pull a Barth, which would be, this is not a bribe, Your Honor, and then just ka-chink-a-chunk. And I'm just like, that's bills, that's groceries, that's... So, if anybody gifts anything at this moment, and they don't pull a Barth, it would be until about November until you see your game. Because of a certain unnamed maniac, you know. And Barth, both of you guys are just like, the robot's on the stand! And we got him a box. What's fair? You're allowed to be busy with life. I'm just letting you know what you've missed while you've been busy with life. Let me gift and see you play this year. You would. It just wouldn't be until about November. Maybe September? Because I'm gonna see if I can, like, squeeze in, you know, like an extra 20, 30 minutes here and there. To, like, kind of, you know, knock out a day or two. Oh my god, look at him. Look at him in his 3D space. For our legal system, recall the case of the Year 1 incident, which prosecutor was found guilty of murder. And it ushered in the dark age of law. Precisely. The darkness will be dispelled and glory shall be restored to the court system. You sound as if you know something of this truth. I do indeed. A new suspect has emerged in the UR1 case. For 7 years, Sam Blackwell has refused to speak in order to cover for someone else. Brace yourself, Phoenix. Here it comes. I'm sorry, right? But the situation is what it is, and I must do what I must. Prosecution moves to indict Athena Sykes on the murder of first degree. Dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. But yeah. Look at him.
Regardless the circumstance, I intend to question the defendant with all I have. For that is a part of my creed.
Hold on, can I? Gracefully?
You better bring it.
If the two of you are ready. Court is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes.
Your Honor, the defense was born ready.
The prosecution is also ready.
Who's the voice? Who's Miles Edgeworth in this game? That's my question. Cause fantastic. Miles Edgeworth, Dual Destinies. Don't want his dad. Want to know who the voice actor is. Okay, pause real quick so I don't miss story. Ace Attorneys, Dual Destiny, Spirit of Justice. Kyle Hebert. Kyle Hebert. Known for his work in anime and video game series such as Teenage Adult Gohan and the narrator of the Funimation dub of the Dragon Ball series. Soseki Aizen in Bleach, Ryu in Street Fighter, Kiba Inuzuka in Naruto. He's Kiba in Naruto? Nice. Kamina in Gurren Lagann, Ryuji Suguro in Blue Exorcist, Noriaki Kakyon in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Kakyon! He's the one who uses the stand hair fat green. Kakyon! Dribble and Dr. Cygro in WarioWare Gold and Big the Cat in Sonic Hedgehog. Good on you, buddy. Good on you, Kyle. You do good work. Oh, I appreciate you coming in, Luna. We're on the last case. We might finish it today. Lewis is confident we're gonna finish it today. But then, of course, there's Widow Wednesday. Oh, wait, no. Today's Monday. Wait. Today's Monday. Oh my goodness. My days are all over the place. Today is Monday. We might be able to finish case 5. Lewis thinks we'll finish it today. Trust in Lewis. And then if we finish that, then Tuesday is DLC, which means possibly Wednesday we'll wrap up the last of the DLC. Which then that means Friday we can start our dev games. Oh, Simon. What a cutie. With your sleepy eyes. Man, his hair grew a lot in 7 years. But his attire seems the same. I guess once a samurai, always a samurai. Did indeed. Oh! Are you kidding me? I'm not accepting any conclusion of the kind. This opening statement is over. Now, hurry up and call the witness. Well, excuse me, Miss Blackwell, but we must follow proper procedure for these things, you know? Or perhaps we should hear her wishes, Your Honor. She is the trial sponsor, after all. He's got the little, eye dimples. It's cute. Oh, you are very kind to show such concern for the welfare of the elderly. As skilled as ever at playing the court puppeteer, I see. Prosecution calls its first witness, a witness who decided to bring forth new testimony after 7 long years. New testimony? And just who is this witness? Simon, most likely. Nope, it's Fulbright. Bobby Fulbright's the name. In justice we trust. What are you doing here? I'm just here to speak for the hostage taker, Miss Aura Blackwell. She says she's too busy. That seems to stop her from constantly chiming in through Clonco. I'm nothing more than an observer in this. Do your best. I'm watching you. Believing her brother innocent, Miss Blackwell has been conducting her own investigation. And through her current actions are hardly lawful, I think we can at least hear her theory. I have here Miss Blackwell's notes on the investigation she conducted. And I'll be giving testimony based on these notes. Here I go. Simon isn't the murderer. He was trying to cover for someone. Someone else was at the scene at the time. They say Simon committed the murder. I mean, if he really was out to steal that moon rock, then why the rolling case? Because he was using to hide someone inside, that's why. And the only person small enough to fit inside that case was Athena Sykes. Okay. I like her theory. Updated in the court record. That case, by the way, was later discovered outside on the Space Center grounds. Speaking of, after the incident, where was the defendant Athena Sykes found? She was found on the 5th floor of the Space Center in the Sykes family residence. Prosecutor Blackwell most likely brought her there after the incident. In addition, it's unknown where Miss Sykes was at the estimated time of death. Miss Sykes was too confused by the shock of her mother's death to give proper testimony, and there was no witness or evidence to tell us where she might have been. So what you're saying is Miss Sykes didn't have an alibi. That is what the evidence is saying, yes. I understand the reasoning behind the theory, but I'm far from convinced. The victim is the accused mother. Are you actually claiming an 11-year-old girl? Of course, the girl had a very strong motive. Dr. Sykes was a psychologist who wrote many papers about speech and emotions. You're aware of Athena Sykes' special ability, aren't you, Honor? The therapy thing? Yeah, she's done it quite a few times in court. The ability to read emotions from speech, and the subject of her mother's research. Well, as long as it benefits society, I don't see any particular problem researching it. I don't like where this is heading. Not one bit. Dr. Sykes was so intent on research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments. Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you seriously suggesting? I've done my best to be delicate, but even you can't deny to be true, Mr. Wright. No longer able to withstand the anguish of the experiments, Miss Sykes felt her only choice was to kill her own mother. Who's here in this destroyed court with us? Like, what people were like, hey, I want to come check out the courtroom? All right, we'll refer to the notes. Or Blackwell's theory. Oh, that's right, I moved my chair. I was like, oh, why is it farther back? And I was like, oh, that's right, I was trying to be dramatic. There we go.
Hold it!
There. Better. The moon rock, I would hope.
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell's used the largest one. The moon rock was egg-shaped and only about 8 inches in diameter. It wouldn't have made any sense to use the largest case there just to move that rock. Be that as may, it doesn't prove Miss Sykes was in it. And let me ask you this. Can you come up with a better theory of what was in that case? Well, Mr. Wright, can you? Yikes. Give the guy some time to think. Let's see. Should I try to bluff my way through what could have been in that case? Bluff it. I know exactly what Prosecutor Blackwell carried from that scene. I just had to find something else that was missing. No sweat. Here in your theory. If it's true, that is. Taken after Prosecutor left, correct? All I have to do is compare this with this. The arm. Why would he take the arm, though? Alright then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your theory. What did Prosecutor Blackwell take from the scene of the murder? The arm. Because, yeah. why. Please note that there is a robot part on the top of the cart in this photo. However, in this photo taken after the crime, the robot part is gone. In other words, this part is something that was taken from the scene of the crime. You do appear to be right. I don't see it in the second picture. But it's just a piece of junk. How important could it be? Is it really just, no, it's the robot arm that was being fixed by the mom? What are you looking at? I'm gonna start charging for each glance per eyeball. Stingy, stingy. What happened to the age of free previews? Your Honor, about this robot part. Doesn't it look like it could be an arm from that robot there? Well, now that you mention it, it does, doesn't it? The case is still too practical for just the moon rock and a robot arm. But was it really just one arm that was in there? If it wasn't Athena in the case, then maybe... I believe there was another robot at the scene that looks just like this one here. Your Honor, it is the defense's assertion that it was the other robot in the case. Okay.
Objection!
Can't be certain that part belonged to a robot. Yes, it looks like the arm of the one before us, but it could be something else entirely. Besides, it's wrapped entirely in bandaging, making it difficult to verify what it is. Exactly. I know for a fact that it is a robot arm. I can even tell which robot it belonged to, just by looking at it. With this information, we can investigate whether it was at the time or not. I was right, I thought you were more of the technologically illiterate type. When did you become such an expert? I feel somehow abandoned. Not to worry, Your Honor, I still know next to nothing about machines. But I know this piece of evidence proves which robot the arm belonged to. The photo of the group.
Take that!
Ta-da! There she is. Take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that. She must have thought the machines heal the same way that people do. What an adorable, naive mistake. Reminds me of my own grandchild. The robot arm at the crime scene had the same bandaging wrapped around it. In other words, this robot arm could belong to none other than Ponko. Wait, did Ponko kill the mob? Order in the court. Order, I say. Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you have to say to this? I can see that the robot is about the same size as a child, but it cannot grab its knees and curl itself up into a ball. Even if it was the largest case, the robot couldn't have possibly fit in there. The case does come up to about mid-thigh. I see your point. The robot is much taller than that. Got me there. So then, make the Ponko fit in the case by, dismantling her. I'm thinking that's what happened. I'm thinking Blackwell took the rap for Ponko because the mom was like, don't let Ponko, disassemble them. Right? It's like, it's a robot, it doesn't know what it's doing.
Objection!
That's what I'm thinking. There would have been no room to take the robot apart. But what if it wasn't done on the table? What if the katana was used instead? You mean the sword? Yes, Your Honor. Miss Blackwell, I'd like your opinion as a woman of science. Isn't it true that katana could have been used to take the robot apart? I suppose so. The joints aren't made of very tough material. A blade could slice through them. Thank you for your expert opinion, Miss Blackwell. Thanks to you, we now know the existence of the severed arm in the photo proves that Ponko was taken apart. In addition, since the rest of Ponko was not found at the scene, we can conclude that the true meaning of this photo is very different from the original interpretation. You can't mean. That's exactly what I mean. This photo does not capture the moment of the murder. It is instead a picture of the moment after the robot was sliced apart. The blood you see where the arm was cut off was transferred there by the bloody katana. Most likely the rest of Ponko is scattered around Prosecutor Blackwell's feet. Not hearing this. Therefore, what was the transport inside was the robot, not Mrs. Sykes. Oh, there she... Oh my god. My body, where am I? What a wild courtroom. I hope it doesn't rain. What'd you do, Luna? It's true that Ponko was found in pieces after the murder. And I'll admit, I repaired her myself afterwards. Oh? Okay. Yes, I'm finally making some progress. Hopefully I've gotten at least one step closer.
Objection!
Oh wait, hold on. No, we're thinking the person who murdered her is also the one who set the bomb. So Ponko didn't commit the murder. Who committed the murder? Hmm. And what did Luna do? Stay tuned, champ.
Objection!
Claim hasn't changed?
Objection!
God, we are objecting hard here. Oh, you didn't get the notice? Oh no. What'd you do?
What'd you do, Luna?
Thanks to the defense. Edgeworth. He's been one step ahead of me this whole time. In that case, how do you propose the defendant left the crime scene? Simple, the footage only shows Prosecutor Blackwell from behind. What's more, he's holding his arm in front of his body. You're holding something or someone. You think he's holding an 11-year-old like this? Victim's blood was found on the front of it, and the stain had a highly distinctive shape. Bloodstain. The distinctive shape? Please continue, Prosecutor Edgeworth. 7 years ago, the defendant was known to constantly wear a certain item, of which there is only one in the world, a special pair of headphones made just for her. She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research. And last showed the bloodstain to be the exact same shape as those headphones. In other words, this was no mere blood splatter. The blood went from the victim's body to the headphones and then was imprinted onto Prosecutor Blackwell's coat like a stamp. Blackwell carried Miss Sykes, who had been hit by splatter, away from the crime scene. This proves that Athena Sykes was without a question present at the crime scene. And that concludes the prosecution's argument. Man, Blackwell, you strong. Carried an 11-year-old. No problem.
Objection!
Sorry, my ear.
Objection!
Right, you can't say it's not there. Was the robot questioned at the time? No, I don't see any record of it. I believe it was considered unrelated to the case. But as it turned out, the robot was actually integrally related. Your Honor, the defense would like to call Ponko to the stand. A robot witness? This is... Oh. You know, we had a demon on the stand. How is a robot any different? So why not a robot? Nothing surprises me anymore with him. Very well, I will allow the witness. Bailiff, please summon the robot named Ponko. While I look for this alert, apparently. My name is not witness, my name is Ponko. Ponko. Yeah, we got questions. Okay, you were there in the robotics lab. It would seem this robot's testimony is necessary to this case after all. I just knew Ponko must have seen something important. Murder committed right before this poor little girl's eyes. It's inexcusable. It just seems ready to adopt Ponko as another grandchild. So, little Ponko, do you think you can give us your testimony today? Oh. Tell me, how do I play Carmen Sandiego? Hold on, I'm gonna pause real quick. Celebrate 40 years of Carmen Sandiego with the deluxe edition featuring an exclusive caper that churns the tables. This time, you're the detective chasing Carmen and her crew, just like in the original 1985 game. Biggie eyes, oh my god. Yeah, I'm gonna play it. It just might be a while. It might be a very long while. Hold on. Carmen Sandiego. What do you do in that game? I remember watching the TV show as a kid. What is this? Identikit, eyes, vile dossier. I have so many questions. Like, is it RPG? It says I'm chasing Carmen, but it looks like I might be Carmen. The Scarlet Super Thief Carmen Sandiego is back. Adorn Carmen's signature red hat and play as a vigilante herself to navigate a world of espionage, utilizing high-tech gadgets and ultimately capturing Vile. Oh, okay. Very nice. Takes a thief to catch a thief. Okay, Gear up Gumshoe. Solve capers. Capture Vile. Whoa, it looks super cool. Solve crimes. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything. After I charged up, I was cleaning the room and Mr. Simon came in, and then an error occurred. There was no data after that point. An error occurred? What were you cleaning up? I bet she was cleaning up blood. Terms hugged and then later fell down. Adults don't usually fall down after being hugged by a child. They don't, but yes. What this witness statements are telling us is that the defendant stabbed the victim with a murder weapon. Ah! No. No. Don't twist the words. Well, thank you for the game, Luna. I will see where I can fit it, because I gotta see how long it is. So either it's gonna be in August, September-y, or it's gonna be in November. Because October's pretty set for spooky season. Takes about 4 hours? Okay, then maybe September-y. I told you. Don't blame me. Blame the rest of the amazing community. I had all these wonderful games planned. All these weird indie games. And now we have these cool games. It blames them. Well, I shall defend them. Everybody has good taste in games. We have yet to find a flop. May proceed, Mr. Wright. Louis, you made Luna cry. You better apologize. Went to the robotics lab, yeah. Tina came in and hugged Mommy Matus, and then Mommy Matus fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know what happened.
Hold it!
Okay, so if it takes 4 hours, then that means... Oh! I'm checking something. Yeah, not April. Not May. Not June. Possibly July. But that day's a Wednesday, which is a Whittle Wednesday. Possibly August. Dr. Sykes really did die at this moment. Ponko, how was Dr. Sykes after she fell down? Could you still hear the sound of her heartbeat? Let's see. The moment she fell, her heart was pounding. After that, I don't know. It started recharging just then. Of all the unlucky time. And if you had heard anything after that, could it possibly prove that the hug wasn't actually the moment of the murder? I'm afraid I don't know. I'm very sorry. A robot is designed to go into sleep mode automatically, so it can't be helped. But it does appear it detected an increased heart rate at the moment of the stabbing. We could try. Let's see. Nah, June is full. That's what I'm saying. I'm gonna try to do little slightly longer streams to like maybe potentially scoot days up. Let's like see. For June we have God of War Ragnarok, Perception, Absurdity, Bound by Blades, Scarlet Nexus, and then Bravely Default 2, which is a very long RPG game. One man fell down near the round window on the workbench side of the room. Round window?
Objection!
So she didn't fall in the chair? Paco, your statement may have just inspired a breakthrough. I was helpful. Hooray! I'm so happy. Just to be sure, let's go over it again, okay? The victim fell near the window on the workbench side of the room. However, her body was discovered on the operating table, but the operating table and the workbench are two different locations. Exactly, Your Honor. We have just learned a new crucial fact. What could explain the two very different locations of the body? I'll tell you what. The victim moved. An 11-year-old girl couldn't have moved the heavy body of an adult, so the only explanation is that the victim walked to the operating table herself. In other words, what Panko observed near the workbench couldn't possibly have been the moment of the murder. Maybe she had a heart attack? Fell on the table? Glad to hear the murder wasn't committed in front of little Panko. Nothing more. Oh, Miles Edgeworth. But you're still just as green as ever. Green? But I can't recall ever seeing Mr. Wright in anything but a blue suit. Hey, blue's my favorite color. What can I say? If the defendant couldn't move the body herself, she could have had it moved for her. Moved for her? But Miss Sykes and Dr. Sykes were the only ones there. I agree, since this robot is equipped with a heartbeat detection system, it would have been aware of another person's presence if someone else had been there. We can therefore conclude that the defendant and the victim were the only ones present. Then who do you suggest moved the body? Don't you know it's in the nature of a robot to help people do things? Miss Panko, allow me to ask you a question. My name is Panko. Say it with me. Panko. I believe you said you were cleaning after Dr. Sykes fell down? You happen to move something large onto the operating table? Yes, I did. Athena asked me to. Athena asked you to? And what did you move, little Panko? I don't know. Unless something has an ID tag, I can't tell what it is. An ID tag, you say? Yep, a tag with a barcode on it. We robots scan them and tell us what a thing is. The paper in the lab did mention something about that. So what I'm wondering is if the mom got stabbed or injured, and Athena's like, oh, go on the bench. Robots get fixed, mommy gets fixed. And then it became so much worse, is what I'm thinking happened. Horrible. Horrible mistake. Right? Because Athena said it herself. She couldn't tell the difference between, like, robots and humans. She's like, I thought they were the same. So it makes sense if she's like, oh, bandages for robots. Injured mommy go on robot fixing table. Give it up, right? The victim's heart was stopped, the robot's detection system would be useless. Furthermore, Dr. Sykes usually wore her white coat while she was working. She kept the jacket with her ID tag on it draped over a chair in the robotics lab, and only wore it for special occasions. In other words, the victim wasn't wearing her ID tag at the time. From the robot's point of view, her body was simply just another object. Panko's equipped with a facial recognition system. If she really did move the victim, she would have recognized the body as Dr. Sykes, but she didn't, so that means her face can easily be covered with a piece of cloth, a mask, or anything. With her facial features hidden, the robot wouldn't be able to tell. Is that true? Let's test it. She moved the body to the table. A lot of liquids. Very well. Yeah, is he gonna say the reason that I thought of? Your emotions blind you to the truth. You could learn a lot from our robot friends. Calm and rational thought will open your eyes to the truth in front of you, Mr. Wright. Now then, do you remember the operating table's one special feature? I believe I read that robots can be assembled and disassembled there. Isn't that right? That's right. And the defendant, who was just a child at the time, the table was like a magic box that could make robots appear or disappear in seconds. My mom just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash. I was so impressed by what my mom did. I even asked her if she would put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. It looked just like magic to me, what she could do. Whoop! You can't possibly be suggesting. This young, sheltered girl had a difficult time distinguishing robots from people. Take a look at Panko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that. She must have thought that machines heal the same way as people. No way. Same thought I had. Oh, and then now here's the email notification. Reason the defendant moved the victim's body to the operating table.
Hold it!
No, don't say another word. Just stop. Oh, he's not gonna stop. Was to dismantle the evidence. No, not dismantle, to fix the evidence. What a time. She was just a little kid. How can you say such a horrible thing? Horrible? Like I said, you're just as green as ever. I came here today as a prosecutor to seek only the truth. No more, no less.
Objection!
But dismantling is the table's only function. It can make repairs as well. It's conceivable that she tried to fix her. I suppose there could be another way of interpreting it. But dismantle or repair, it doesn't matter. Either way. After murdering her mother, Miss Sykes may have come to her senses. Perhaps she did want to make it appear as if it had never happened. And that's why she tried to repair her mother. Yep, that's one possible explanation. But we mustn't forget the facts of this case. The victim was observed to fall down after being hugged by the defendant, and the body was moved per the defendant's order. Remain unchanged. This is not good. Do you have any evidence to refute the prosecutor's claim? Let's see. I'm gonna take my hat off because now it's getting warm again. My ears are hurting under there. Isn't this kind of similar to Maya and Pearl's case where they thought they murdered a lady and then that lady turned out to be their mom? And we're like, oh my god, you murdered your mom. And she's like, my what? And it's like, oh, you didn't know? Come on, Phoenix. Who's objecting here? It's Simon! Let's go. Prosecutor Blackwell. This is quite the farce you're conducting here. I could die from laughter. Prosecutor Blackwell? What are you talking about? What I'm talking about is that your argument is based on an entirely false premise. Go on, we're listening. Could this be the miracle I need? Or what is Prosecutor Blackwell trying to pull here? 7 years. For 7 long years, this case has been on my mind. Not for an instant did I not think of it. I'm the one who killed my mentor, and don't think you can alter that fact now. Your baldness, I will take to the stand, and I won't take no for an answer. Of course, Prosecutor Blackwell, please go ahead. What is he going to say? I went to the Cosmos space station with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes, but when I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And then I committed the act. And how cathartic it was. But little Ponko here witnessed the victim falling. In other words...
Objection!
Oh. I don't need any of your other words, old man. I can guess what happened. Which would be... She fell means she fell. Merely that. A mother and child fooling around? Perhaps she tripped. Not that it matters. When I entered the lab, there was no trace of Dr. Sykes to be seen. There was no dead body either, of course, meaning she must have left the room. So the murder occurred after the time period Ponko described in her testimony? You should hardly take stock in the words of a wind-up toy. And how do you explain the fact that the defendant had the robot move? Athena was always tinkering with robots on the operating table to amuse herself. She always had Ponko move the heavy ones for her. That day was no different. Ponko moved a heavy robot for Athena. This is awful. What he's saying seems to make sense, and yet...
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell, are you trying even now to turn us away? Did you realize
Objection!
that you're gonna die tomorrow? You expect too much from me. I'm just a murderer beyond redemption. Why don't you just let me go so I can settle down into hell? Prosecutor Blackwell's execution is tomorrow. If the truth doesn't come out now, it's all over. Are you saying that the little girl and the robot had nothing to do with the murder? That's right. So let's hear your verdict. If we don't hurry, I might miss the ferry across the Styx. Don't you dare, Judge. Don't forget I have hostages over here. And Simon, how long are you going to cover for her? Miss Blackwell. Forgive me, Aura. I never wanted you to do anything like this for me. But you agreed to this trial. If you have a counter-argument, then present your evidence. That's the rule of the courtroom. Isn't that right, Chief Prosecutor? Blackwell, you selfish. Well, to be frank, I don't like this, but it's my duty to make a decision. If no one has a counter-argument, I will announce my verdict. Is this really happening? Is it really going to end just like it did 7 years ago? Oh boy. To prove it's not Simon, but also to prove it's not her either. How can I lie to Athena? I can't prove Prosecutor Blackwell's innocence in this trial. I don't think Athena will ever forgive me. Dun 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 dun. I can't let this happen. But I just don't have the evidence to counter Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony. Oh my god, what now? Athena! What are you doing here? Are you feeling okay? I can hear it. I can hear the voice of his heart. He's hiding something. If he really is, I could sure use Athena's help here. I thought she was in jail. How was she here?
Objection!
Sykes, don't know. No need for you to chime in here. Just accept that you're innocent. Oh, God. These past 7 years, they've been just as hard on me, you know. What are you talking about? Do you remember that horrible, horrible trial? Was she telling everybody that he didn't do it? He didn't kill her. His heart is screaming that he didn't kill her. Oh, okay, yeah, so that's a good thing. Even now, every time I stand in a courtroom, it comes back to haunt me. Not being heard, no matter how hard you try. Feeling so helpless. Caught in people's stares, so scared that it feels like your chest is in a vice. I'm terrified of courtrooms. I want to run out of that door even now. And yet you found a way to keep your fears at bay and became a lawyer. Thanks. That's because one day I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard and I studied hard. I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be. This day has finally come. The day I've been looking forward to with all my heart. This is why I became a lawyer. This is why I studied psychology. It was all to save you from this false conviction. But Miss Sykes, do you realize what it would mean? You were the accused, after all. If you prove Prosecutor Blackwell innocent, then the only thing that matters is the truth. It's my duty to find out what that truth is. Simon, please give me this chance. The chance to shake off this fear that's been with me for 7 years and to face the truth. Athena's being so brave, confronting her past like this. This might be the last chance to save them both. Prosecutor Blackwell, please testify one more time about the incident 7 years ago. Fine. But your efforts will surely be in vain. For I'm not a man who can be cut down easily. Here we go, Simon. Let me hear the voice of your heart. Can you imagine if you heard that in a courtroom? I'd be like, okay. It's a very sleepy man. Doesn't look like he slept for 7 years. I went to the Cosmos space station with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. But when I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. Were you happy? This feeling of happiness. Even though the person you were looking for wasn't there, you felt happy. Welcome back. We are here. Athena is doing her therapy session with Black Quill, and sweet Luna has gifted us a game. We've added to the list. The first thing you did was look for her daughter instead? I had no intention of harming Athena, so I wanted to confirm that she was safe first. It was just a part of my plan. Nothing contradictory about that. The second I find an inconsistency, he cuts it down. Simon knows the principles of analytical psychology. There's less noise now, but I don't see any instabilities we can latch on to. Just a little. Just a little. You get it, Brass. Update that testimony. Went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. Yo, the robotics lab, I was relieved. But I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And when she did, I plunged the katana in.
Got it!
Why were you sad? Not even you could falsify your emotions, Prosecutor Blackquill. What? When you said that you killed Dr. Sykes in your testimony, you felt sadness. Why would someone who had lain in wait be sad? Such an obvious attack. Yes, I felt sadness, but it wasn't for her. I felt sorry for Athena and her circumstances. I was just a convenient subject for her research. So intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments. My objective was to save Athena from an obsessive scientist who treated her own daughter like a research subject. I went to the psychology lab first. That's where I would usually find Athena playing. But that day was different. I heard someone crying in the robotics lab next door. Was Athena being subjected to yet another experiment? I thought as I went to see. Conveniently, Athena had cried herself to sleep, so all I had to do was wait and kill. That's why he was relieved when he saw Athena. But is this story really true? I'm not sure how much to believe. Wait, so she was asleep when you found her? It went up? I've never seen it do that before. Prosecutor Blackwell is lying somewhere in his testimony. As a matter of fact, he's piling lie on top of lie in an attempt to make his claims sound more believable. He's trying even harder to suppress his true feelings, and that's what's causing the noise. How in the world should I approach this? An evidence-based approach might work if I can find a contradiction. Otherwise, I should look for an inconsistency in his emotions. Yeah. Because there's just so many games. It's all purple.
Objection!
But I did let Luna know that we are going to try and, add like a couple minutes here and there. So that way it's not like 4 hours and under. It's like maybe 4 hours and up, which would scoot us along faster. No promises, because, life be crazy. Alright, heard crying from next door. Of course, I was worried. Hurried over and opened the door to the robotics lab.
Got it!
Very surprised, because she was dead. I mean, I'll look again, I keep telling y'all. We have March, which is full. April, which is all purple. May, which is all purple. And then June, which is all purple. And then July, which is all purple, save for one date, but that's Whittle Wednesday, so it's like maybe we can go in July. And then August, we have room in August, potentially. Let's see. June, I think June is your games. Yeah, God of War, Ragnarok, no, that's Barth. Perception, Obscenity, Bound by Blades, and then Scarlet Nexus and Bravely Default. 2 big games. Alright, with a feeling of dread, I opened the robotics lab just then. Ponko attacked me. I retaliated by cutting it into pieces.
Objection!
Ponko attacked you. Compounding lies with more lies is never the answer, Prosecutor Blackwell. Take a look at this photo. a photo of the supposed moment of the murder, isn't it? How many more times must I see that which damned me for my sin? The ironic thing is, I think this picture is actually going to be your savior now. See the bloodstain at the end of Ponko's arm where was severed the katana? I hope you aren't claiming it's a robot's blood, Mr. Wright. No. No, most likely the blood was transferred there from the bloody katana. The katana already had blood on it? So then it must have been the victim's blood. That's right. But if that's the case, we found a glaring inconsistency. Dun dun. You said in your testimony that you cut up Ponko and then you killed Dr. Sykes. But in spite of that, the victim's blood is already on Ponko's arm in this picture. What? But that couldn't be. Exactly. In order for the blood to have transferred from the sword to Ponko's arm, the victim must have been stabbed first before the robot was slashed. In other words, Prosecutor Blackwell, your entire testimony is nothing but one giant ball of lies. Tell the court the truth, Prosecutor Blackwell. You have no idea what you're doing. Boys, there's so much discord. I'm hearing not just one or two, but a bunch of rampaging emotions here. It's hard to describe. It's like a violent whirlpool or something. Phoenix Wright. Oh, you will pay for this. Never have I been forced to reveal so much, but the rest I'll take to my grave. Prosecutor Blackwell, you are on the witness stand. You are obligated to tell the truth. Isn't that the rule of the courtroom? All these complex emotions. They seem to be flowing from one source. I think whatever he really saw that day is what's causing these feelings. Uh-oh. Following the sound of crying, I opened the lab door, and then I saw the terrible scene. What, Athena covered in blood? When you opened the door and saw Athena, you became overwhelmed by your emotions. Isn't that right, prosecutor? You should know better. And though it's pathetic, I admit I'm terrified to speak of it. Prosecutor Blackwell. Miss Sykes is innocent. I will always believe that with all my heart. Now can't you find it within yourself to believe in me too? Athena is innocent. Can you honestly say you believe that to be true? I give you my word. Oh god, my nose. Eh. Curse you, Phoenix Wright. What did he see? Absurdity is on a Sunday. Weekday? Yeah, Sunday. It was a tragedy. One I'll never forget. When I arrived at the lab, Dr. Sykes was already dead. She was lying on the operating table, while the bloody katana lay on the floor. And standing between the two, covered in blood, was Athena. Yeah, that does not look good, does it? Yeah, that looks bad. She smiled, with a far-off look in her eyes, as she sweetly said, I'm gonna fix mommy. Something's wrong with mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her. Called it. Had a feeling. That's what I saw. And now you have it. The truth that you so desperately wanted. Guess that meant she didn't get too far. Finally tells us it's beyond devastating. What's up, Athena? I tried to take my mother apart? Yeah. Hey, you were just a kid. You were going with the logic. You know, mom fixes robots, probably fix people. What a beautiful day in this open courtroom. We could just put, like, glass. That'd be great. So it was me. I'm the one who killed my mother. Nah, she's fine. As I said, right? The truth isn't always pretty. Murder, disassembly on an operating table, a scientist using her daughter as a guinea pig. Sadly, it appears that my theory was correct after all.
Objection!
Possibly, I'd have to see if that could work. You dare cast apprehensions on my mentor? Could it be awkward with people? But she loved her daughter with all her heart. She loved me. Your mother hated to see you suffer because you could hear the voices of people's hearts. She wanted to set you free of your pain, so she worked tirelessly on her research. No. Can't we get an anime cutscene? Remember those headphones you hated so much? Yes. My head hurt every time I wore them. No, Athena. It's just the opposite. They emitted sound waves to nullify emotional input from the voices of people around you. Your power is much stronger than that it is now. Those headphones will enable you to carry on with everyday life. No, they can't be true. Then why? Why would I have done something like that to somebody who loved me so much? Her love for you is real. That I can guarantee. That's why I knew that what happened had to be some kind of mistake. I couldn't let you be punished for it. So you took the blame yourself. You and your mentor are more alike than you know. Ponko was a witness, so I put it in the case, held Athena close, and vacated the lab. My question is, where are you holding her? Because here's your elbow, here's your wrist. Which means your elbow's right here. So like, you're not even like this. Like the elbow's not even out. Like you are holding her like straight arm. But you don't see anything here. You don't see anything here or like poking out. And I hid the case in the Space Center grounds. It would seem that we now have all of the facts of this case. No, not yet. It can't end like this. Do not disgrace yourself, Mr. Wright. The truth has been revealed. Or are you the type of man to turn your back to things that disagree with you? I'm not, but this... I can't give up now. I have to say something, anything. I've always managed to pull through way in the past, so I have to make it work. The defense is prepared to present evidence. What's up, Athena? It's okay. You can stop now. I don't want you or anyone else to suffer any longer for my sake. We're not suffering. We're in court right now. I killed my mother. That's the truth. It's just like Prosecutor Edgeworth said. We have to face it, no matter how much it hurts. I don't think you killed your mom. I admit my guilt. Yeah, well, there goes that horse. Nope. But could I please be granted just one chance to tell everyone what I recall? It's much braver than you, Mr. Wright. In light of her courage, will the court give Miss Sykes this opportunity to confess? Please. Very well. Then if you would, please take the stand, Miss Sykes. Here, I'll make a note for Carmen San Diego to be attemptedly slotted for June if we have enough time. June 18th. What day is that? Ooh, 18th is a little Wednesday. We can try. June 18th. Yeah, unalive. Imagine this entire game just set up this new pro tag just to kill her off at the end like this. That would be wild. Alright. Well, let's hear it.
Objection!
Oh god, I'm objecting already. I do, Your Honor. But Mr. Ray, why? I killed her, I remember it now. It's pointless.
Objection!
Listen to Sam Riegel. He objects. Always believe in the client to the bitter end. Athena, you are not a murderer. I said that you never changed, but could you have actually regressed in these 8 years? I won't stand for childish emotionalism. Emotionalism? Don't lecture me on matters of the heart, Edgeworth. Right? Magatama. Magatama time. I did a little research. I looked into those special psych locks you mentioned, Mr. Nick. Athena isn't trying to keep anything from me on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off, even from herself. Yeah, so she's repressed the memory. I don't think the mom would unalive herself. I have enough points for a free 16-piece bread bite from Domino's. I think we're getting Domino's today. You could just get fun email alerts and you're just like, oh, you know what we haven't done in a minute? Treats. Alright. Right, there's something wrong with her memory. Let's take a pause real quick, chat. What do we think actually happened? I'm thinking... Right, because it still all goes back to the killer, right? So somebody came in there and killed her, right? And I'm assuming Athena was like, oh no, mommy in pain. And, you know, got her mom to the table to try to fix her. Blood galore doesn't work, right? But I'm wondering, who the F is the killer? Because it's not Blackwell. It's not Athena. I don't think it's Aura, because she's the one who's putting on this whole thing to find the killer. And I'm like, would it be Yuri? And I'm like, no, because Yuri would be the one who had to make the place explode in the first place, right? Because that's what caused the whole thing. So I'm like, I have no idea. I have no idea. But I'm here for the ride. Right, because it's 7 years ago. So you have to be old enough to kill an adult. So it'd have to be an adult. Plot twist, it was actually Phoenix the whole time. There should be blood on the handle, but please focus on the handle of the sword. There's not a trace of blood on it. And therefore, it's a clear contradiction of the facts. You're right. Oh my.
Objection!
The defendant must simply confuse a portion of her memories.
Objection!
I thought I heard Russell, but it was just a branch hitting my window. Why don't you explain what this contradiction with her memories means? Gladly. Just give me a sec to think of something. Think, Phoenix, think. Also, I just want to note, fun thing, because I was like curious, because I know usually towards the end of the games, you know, you get different stuff, because this is the last case, right? This is the last case. Apparently there's bad endings. So you know when we were doing Blackwell's thing? When we were cross-examining Blackwell? If you deplete your confidence gauge at any point during Blackwell's testimony, you'll get the first of 3 bad endings. I'm not gonna read all 3, I'm just gonna read this one. The judge stops you and declares that Blackwell remains guilty for the murder of Dr. Sykes. The next day, he's executed, or Blackwell disappears, with Trucy and other hostages vanishing alongside her. Athena leaves the agency while Apollo is completely broken by the events and stops smiling. Finally, you give up being a lawyer for good, realizing your failure. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's horrible. She disappears with all the hostages? You gotta play clean during this trial to get a good ending. Oh god. I would assume that story mode gets you the good ending. Oh god, what if I've been careening towards a bad ending this whole time? Okay. The weapon that took Dr. Sykes' life was the katana. That much is for sure. So if I can show possibly that Athena didn't use the katana, it could help me prove her innocence. Okay. Right, that's only the first. What would that be exactly? Right, of course, he would ask that. I can see you're floundering, Mr. Wright. Did you speak without thinking again as always? No! Just been doing this, floundering over here. That's right, I did. Because it's so obvious it doesn't require any thought. What did you say? Okay, so maybe that was an exaggeration, but there has to be something. Was there something other bladed in the robotics lab that day? Maybe there's something in one of the crime scene photos. I don't know, the plug? There is something. I don't have that particular weapon here in evidence right now, but I do have a piece of evidence just like it. Wait, are we saying the moon rock? This is another blade that may have been at the crime scene.
Take that!
No, the utility knife. That's the murder weapon in the Clay Terran case. Yes, this is the knife that took Mr. Terran's life, but there must have been a knife just like this at the scene 7 years ago as well. Toolkits contain utility knives like this were issued to the Space Center employees, and a robotics lab especially would naturally have one of these around. Man, that perfect wrist movement. Besides the katana, no other thing was there. It was the investigation report if you didn't know.
Objection!
Would you listen? Of course I knew that. Once you told me. But it didn't contain any blades. Here is a photo of its contents. She was stabbed. Oh no, but that's gonna be worse for Athena because, you know, tiny child hands can hold that. Therefore, there was no other bladed weapon in the room. Or, I disagree. This toolkit contained a knife. And what proof do you have of that? Don't tell me your eye for art is failing you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You're the last person in the world to be criticizing my aesthetic sense. Now he's simply watching out for your ocular health. Please proceed, Mr. Wright. Notice that the handles of each of these tools have a sort of design on them. I see they do. What significance does it have? It's clear that one of the tools is missing from this kit. If we rearrange the tools into a specific pattern, we might be able to tell which part of the overall design is missing. Is it the theory your pitiful sense of aesthetics helped you come up with? Edgeworth, just let it go, man. Show the court then, if you would. What pattern or design would we see if we were to rearrange the tools?
Take that!
And what design is this supposed to represent? The Gaiaxa logo, Your Honor. It's on all the Space Center's documents and pamphlets. As you're aware, Gaiaxa is a program that operates the Cosmos Space Center. Look at how brightly the Gaiaxa logo shines in the sunlight. Really dig the stars and rocket motif it's got going. Isn't the new name of the Federal Space R&D program? Ah, I think I see it now. But yes, with just the tools shown in this photo, we're done. The red A part of the logo is missing, which is the knife. And that's where this murder weapon comes into play. If we were to place the utility knife in the open slot. What do you got there? A knife! It would complete the Gaiaxa logo. Then that means, admit it, Mr. Edgeworth, my aesthetic sense is keener than yours. And while you're at it, admit that the weapon Miss Sykes used could have been this one. Trust where I'm going. I know I'm putting a lot in her hands right now, but trust. Miss Sykes confessed to having a memory of stabbing the victim. Admittedly, Miss Sykes most likely did stab someone, using the utility knife. However, the weapon used to kill Dr. Sykes was the katana. Therefore, the act of stabbing. So, do we think Athena stabbed the person who killed her mom? Maybe. Let's suppose for a minute that Miss Sykes did use the utility knife. There would have been blood, wouldn't there? Tell me. How does that change anything? Come again? What if the katana was only being used as a decoy to conceal the true murder weapon? What if the real murder weapon that took the victim's life was a knife? I'm merely offering a hypothetical situation derived from your logic. Miss Sykes could have put blood on the katana to make it look like the murder weapon, and then concealed the knife on her personage until Blackwell carried her away. It does clear up the contradiction between Miss Sykes' memories and the evidence. If, in fact, the murder weapon is a utility knife, then fate has dealt you a cruel hand. For you have just proven the knife's existence to the rest of us with your own logic. hold on. The prosecution is attempting to lead the court. You're the one attempting to lead the court, Mr. Wright, by forcing us to forget the facts of this case. I need to remind you that there were only 2 people in the lab at the time of the murder, and that the defendant herself recalls stabbing someone with her own hands. Now, it matters not whether the murder weapon was a katana or a utility knife, as long as we know where the victim and the defendant were the only ones there. Well, isn't Aura piloting a robot right now? So how do we know that Athena didn't try to stab Ponko? Because maybe Ponko was being, like, hacked into, and Ponko might have stabbed the mom. Keep vanishing because the change is true. Or the charge is true. Phoenix Wright. When will you open your eyes and accept the truth? When you stop making fun of my hair. Which will be never. Believe it. Can't be true. What if... Mr. Wright, you've fought a good fight. I think you've done all you can do. Oh. Am I gonna get the, like, red line of thinking? Is giving up really the only option? Anime scene? Maybe? Big leg for friendship? Snap out of it, Phoenix. What's the matter with you? Giving in to doubt? I can't look back. Forward is the only way to go. No, Your Honor, not yet. It isn't over yet. Right. I can't lose sight of what's important. I believe in Athena, and I always believe in her. To the very end. A defense lawyer never gives up on his client. I have to pick myself up and stand firm. Make that brain of yours work, Phoenix. If I don't see a way, I'll just have to go back and look for one. Time to rethink this case thoroughly. She might have stabbed somebody. Must have been who Ponko witnessed. Means that someone must have removed it from the lab before he arrived. Someone else. Right? Whoever this mystery bomber person is. I trust in Athena that I have to conclude that it was a third person. Managed to escape. By covering, yeah, their own face. Ponko has a heart detection. If they cover their face, it still detected their presence, but she wouldn't have been able to tell who they were. They could have posed as Midas. Okay. If the culprit posed as the victim, that would explain why Ponko thought she and Athena were the only ones there. Well, the jacket. And that's why there was a slash in it. Baby Athena stabbed him. Athena stabbed the real culprit. So you're telling me that coat that's back at the space station with the stab slash mark in it, they didn't find any blood on it and be like, it's the person. Oh boy. Right, that's what I'm thinking. No, I am not going to the meeting today. I don't work at this time.
Objection!
Mm-hmm. She stabbed whoever killed the mom.
Objection!
Get him. Really expect us to swallow that, Mr. Rank? According to the robot's statements, there was no third person there. Did you really think I wouldn't see through your ludicrous grab for time? Do you not remember all the other BS we went through? You ever just want to curse? You ever just want to curse very explicitly? Oh, it's just my hat. I thought it was Russell. You ever just want to be like, you know, just like really aggressively. make a game out of it. In the case of mistaken identity caused by a jacket ID tag. All because Chanko couldn't read Apollo's facial features due to the ID tag. A mask could nullify the robot's facial recognition, and then all the person would have to do was wear a jacket with the victim's ID tag to pose as her. Of all the ridiculous theories, what good would a silly disguise like that do? Have you forgotten that the robot also has a heartbeat detection system? If there was a third person at the scene, the robot would have detected them. Not if she was already dead. By that time, Dr. Sykes' heart had already stopped beating. Ooh. Look at that. It's a little like, oh, I can't believe this. What are you gonna do, Edgeworth? Possible? I think not, buddy. Man, they still haven't cleaned this up? Figure it'd be a little bit better. The person I stabbed was wearing a mask? Miss Sykes, did you say something? A mask? Yes, I remember. Yeah, because that was also missing from the wall. She is not having a good time. Yep. Remember a man with a mask? How could he... What did he do to my mother? Ooh. My head. Miss Sykes, are you alright? She's having a flashback, bro. She's not having a good time. The Black Cyclops. They're breaking. Oh, well, one at a time. Oh no. It's all coming back to me. Everything that happened the day my mother was murdered. Anime cutscene? Anime cutscene? Damn it. I was so ready. They're gone. The Black Cyclops are finally gone. You didn't really stab your mother, did you? It's all right, Athena. Just tell us what you saw that day. I was drawing a picture. When I was done, I went to show it to my mom. I opened the door and then... Yeah, I am here for all the anime cutscenes because they're fantastic. It's alright, I'm right here. You're safe, Athena. She was on the floor by the workbench with the katana sticking out of her. There was a handkerchief over her face, but I knew it was her by her clothes. And there was a man there. A man?
Hold it!
Quiet, Your Honor. Go on, Athena. He tried to attack me. In a panic, I grabbed the knife that was there. And he dodged at first, so I only got his clothes. But I tried again. And this time you got him, didn't you? I did. I remember it clearly now. The knife went into the back of his hand. Then he kicked me and I passed out. Damn. When I came to, my mom wasn't moving. I had to do something. I had to fix her, I thought. So I asked Ponko to move her to the operating table. And then that's where Blackwell comes in and he's like, oh my god. Something's wrong with Mom. So I'm taking her apart to fix her. Yeah, more sads, less creepy smile. So that's why she said that. Your Honor, as you can see, the defendant has just given us critical new testimony. A man was there before Miss Sykes arrived, a man who covered the victim's face and put on the victim's jacket. The man is the real culprit. Miss Sykes, do you have any idea who this man was? No, I'm afraid I don't. A few moments ago, Miss Sykes mentioned a mask. Athena, can you tell us anything else about that? Yes. The mask, it was my mom's Japanese theater mask. Right. I think it was one hanging on the wall. It's kind of spooky, that mask. My mom used to tell me that a no mask even has the power to turn an ordinary human being into a phantom. It would seem that a new suspect has emerged, and that means that all suspicion against Miss Sykes has... Oh my god, Edgeworth, can you let us have this? Nope, that's Aura. Okay. You see, this is precisely why I can't trust the court system. Athena Sykes is the murderer. I won't accept any other verdict. Miss Blackwell, this is not good. A new suspect? Where's the proof this person ever existed? Who says it wasn't all just a dream in the little princess's groggy little head? A phantom, wearing a mask. The mask turning human beings into phantoms. Right? That I didn't kill my mother. Good. Now, Aura, you're there at the space station. Can you just grab the jacket? I'd like to say one thing if I could. Honko came to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. to recharge. The robotics lab about 2 for my regular recharge. Just was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis. And then Mommy fell down. After that I was recharging, so I don't know anything. I see where you're going with this. If Mommy Metis was really a killer in disguise... Right. Then he must have come to the robotics lab before 2. Do you have anything here in the evidence that can help me find this person who came to the lab before 2? The tape, right?
Take that!
This is Prosecutor Blackwell leaving the scene after the incident around 3, but I'm wondering does the video show anyone else passing by there before then? I don't see anything in the investigation report. It looks like they didn't check. It looks like they didn't check? God, these cops are bad. Alright, well then, let's take a look. Are you kidding me? They didn't check? Who is it? There. Please stop it right there. Who? Miss Sykes. Do you remember this person? That's him. I'm sure of it. He's wearing my mother's jacket. I did, but what I really wanted to see was her jacket. The jacket on display, that was Dr. Sykes. I'm gonna pause real quick. Low-key, what if it's Clay? So then, everything Miss Sykes said. Exactly. It proves that Miss Sykes' memory was correct. Dr. Sykes' killer arrived at the robotics lab before 2. He killed her and hit her face with a handkerchief. Then he disguised himself with Dr. Sykes' jacket and mask that were in the lab. The culprit probably knew beforehand that Uncle charged at 2 p.m. every day. Right? Imagine it's Apollo. Imagine it's Clonko. Imagine it's my sweet chef. I'll disguise the real time of death. Imagine it's Miles Edgeworth. It's a nice theory, Mr. Wright, but I'm afraid this is just not possible. What? The victim's clearly visible, and that right there is precisely the problem. The ID tag on the jacket at the scene confirms beyond doubt that it belonged to the victim. If the person who left the lab truly was wearing the victim's jacket, then how could it possibly wind up back at the crime scene? What's going on? That doesn't make sense. It's called 2 jackets. If the culprit was wearing the jacket, how did it get back to the lab? Killer brought it. Killer used the jacket as a disguise to make his escape, but in order to conceal that fact, he had to get the jacket back to the crime scene. So the culprit simply returned to the robotics lab later and planted it there. Contradiction resolved. Except that it would have been impossible. The only people who came to the robotics lab after the killer were Prosecutor Blackwell and the people who reported the body. And they claimed that the jacket was there when they arrived. So, when you propose this mysterious man of yours have a chance to swap the jacket? Puzzling question indeed. The only time the culprit could have returned the jacket was when the body found. It had to be Ted Tenate, right? Because he's the one who's all about bombs and stuff. So, is it not Ted Tenate? No, Ted said it wasn't him. That's right, he said somebody else grabbed the detonator while he was killing Detective Arm. Who? Oh my god, is it Gumshoe? It's gonna be Kristoff again. Professor Means. I would laugh so hard if it was Gumshoe. I'd be like, it's me all along. Y'all thought I was an idiot. I had to play the fool. Group of 3 people. They were there to collect the space probe's capsule. Had a special bag to transport the capsule in. Oh, you mean the shock-resistant bag? Correct. I suppose that the jacket was in that bag. It could have been returned to the scene of the crime without anyone noticing. I'll see to that you get the reports on those 3 people. You will? We should also check the facial recognition database for that robot. If this person felt the need to hide his face with a theater mask, it might mean that his facial data was once registered. Prosecutor Edgeworth, does this mean? I have to admit, I believe Miss Sykes' memories to be credible. You win, right? Not this was ever an official trial anyway. Do my ears deceive me? Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you actually conceding? Is it true, boss? Does this mean... I don't know. I don't know. Can't believe it. It's over? I won? I proved that both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell are innocent? Your Honor, I see no need to further prolong this trial. God damn it. Hold on, Mr. Wright. Have you forgotten who's in charge of this trial? Aura. I'm the one who's supposed to say I see no further prolong. Not you either, Your Honor. Now silence. The princess who truly loved my maiden, who repeated love all these years, hating Athena was the only thing that's kept me going. But what do I do now? Can anybody tell me? How am I supposed to go on? Miss Blackwell. How unlike you, Aura. Matus was deeply passionate about her work, and she chose you as her partner. Isn't that... Shut up, Simon! You know exactly how I felt about her. Her respect as a coworker wasn't all that I wanted. Then what did you want from her? Did you really just go there, Your Honor? Aura. There is something I've wanted to say if you will lend me an ear. I have in my possession a lead on who Matus' murderer is. What? You do? Right, Dono. You asked me about the identity of the Phantom of 7 years past. That's right. The Phantom. The person Blackwell's been looking for, even from behind bars. 7 years ago, somebody hatched a plan to sabotage the Hat 1 rocket. The spy? But he was no ordinary spy. We knew not about him. His background, appearance. We came to refer to him as the Phantom. At the time, I was working with the police to hunt him down. And then one day, a miracle occurred, and I obtained a lead on him. Oh, how exciting. What was the lead? A recording of the Phantom's voice, but the quality was too poor for proper voice analysis. Yet I had hope. Aura's co-worker was a scientist who could analyze human emotions. So I asked her to evaluate the recording using analytical psychology. And that scientist was Dr. Sykes. Yes, the spy's greatest fear is to have his true identity discovered. In addition to Hat 1, Dr. Sykes' results in the recording were surely among his targets. But his research bore no fruit, so he must have started to panic. He couldn't find them? Well, where could they have been? Who is to say? Wow, I bet he never let that out of his sight all these years. How in the world did you smuggle them into prison? Oh, I have my ways. What's more, my partner's especially talented, that sort of thing. Yeah, Taka. I worked to lure the Phantom in by spreading rumors throughout the underworld. I was even granted permission to prosecute cases to attract the Phantom's attention. Just try to retrieve your identity, you bloody butcher, became my taunt. And what about the results Dr. Sykes drew up for you? Was there any useful information? Here, you can see for yourself, but take good care of it. It's all I have left of my mentor. I will? I better hold on to this real tight. You better make copies. Wait, what did that say? Psychological profile classified. Emotional output of this voice extremely weak compared to typical voices. Subject deemed to have unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation. Oh, I'm guessing that's what it said? Okay, never mind. Thank you for answering that question. A spy who experiences no emotions, not sadness, nor anger, and naturally no fear. He is the very definition of a phantom, a monster with no heart. Don't you see? This creature is the rot that destroyed our lives. Oh. The Phantom indeed. Well then, it seems a faint image of this man has started to take shape. Based on what you have learned, I'd like all of you to conduct further investigation. This is not a formal trial, but I do want to follow protocol. If I may, I'd like to hand down my verdicts and bring those proceedings to an end. Whatever. Do what you want. You have no objections from me. Yes, please, Your Honor. I don't think it's over. I think there's still another day. In that case, Prosecutor Blackwell, could you please take the stand? Oh. As a result of this trial, your innocence has been proven. The verdict handed down 7 years ago was hereby overturned. You're no longer gonna die. And now, the defendant of the current trial, Miss Athena Sykes. Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright. Thank you. Thank you for everything. Athena, you're more than welcome. If everyone is ready, I will now give my verdict. Oh no. Aura? Apollo? What is the meaning of this? Congratulations, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Edgeworth. You uncovered the truth from 7 years ago and you say Prosecutor Blackwell. However, I can't allow this trial to end just yet. Buddy, I'm over time. Why, Apollo? Why would you do this to us? Apollo now. Yay! Perfect stopping point! Okay. Yes. Save. Oh, hi there.
Hello.
I'm wrapping up.
Here's your toast.
Thank you for the toast. Also, have you seen the new Death Stranding 2 trailer?
No. I've only watched.
Okay, can we watch it? Because I want your opinion on some stuff.
How new is it?
From 10 hours ago.
I don't want to watch it anymore. It's too close to game release.
He just released
It's
it.
too much.
He edited himself.
Did he say it was a story trailer?
I won't show you the trailer. I'll show you the post that he attached to it.
I'll accept that. I'll look at posts, but I don't click the links
Yeah.
to show the stuff because
It's him saying, I put this together. I put the music, the story, the character.
okay, well, I'll
Yeah.
look at that post
Yeah.
with you later, and then I'll decide if I want to watch.
Yeah, because I was like, I need
I've seen
to.
trailers that spoil too much before.
Well,
From then on, I've made a vow to watch as minimally as possible before going into the content.
here's the thing. I need you to watch it with me because there's a moment that I think you will be like, boop, and it will be like, "Eek." I'm not gonna say because I don't want to spoil.
I know. It's. But what if I want to say the game?
No.
What if I want to say the game to have a moment in the game, and then you look at me and you're like, this is it.
It's not. I wouldn't call it a moment, but it's Easter egg. No.
Oh, there it goes.
Reference. I think reference is the word. Okay. Oh, thank you. Oh my god.
What the heck?
What?
When did he get an eye patch?
Oh.
And like,
Oh, you weren't here. You weren't here for this. The courtroom exploded. There was a bomb.
oh,
I was doing a trial and it went kaboom and he like went to go protect somebody. We actually don't know how he messed up his eye, but his arms and everything are from protecting somebody during the explosion. And then the jacket, like the epic anime jacket he's wearing, is his best friend's jacket whose current murder trial we're working on. And his friend was an astronaut.
I was like, what is that, Boruto?
But yeah. This is gonna be insane tomorrow with this ending, but before we go, at revisualizing the case, that part, there's another chance to get a bad ending. If you deplete your confidence gauge when answering either of the last two questions about Dr. Sykes' jacket, you will get the second of 3 bad endings. Despite your logic, Aura Blackwell isn't convinced of Athena's full innocence. She takes Athena away, and you never hear from her again. That is horrifying. Where's the third ending? It doesn't tell me, which means it's gonna be for tomorrow. But there we go, lovely folks. That is us getting closer to the end, which means we're gonna wrap this up tomorrow, and then we'll probably start the DLC tomorrow. So thank you everyone for stopping by, and I'll work on figuring out where to put your Carmen Sandiego game, Luna. Suzu's Mousy. Bye-bye.